All right, well, hello, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. But to start, in lieu of an invocation, I've got a couple things that I need to say. Earlier this evening, about half an hour ago, I guess at this point, I called the director of Central District Health and asked that he close the meeting immediately that was taking place at the offices of Central District Health, where a board of citizen commissioners who are appointed with protecting our public health and making decisions related to our public health, because the decisions have been pushed down to the local level, are there trying to do what needs to be done to address this virus, to protect our community. What we saw instead was a mob of people that showed up in an attempt to disrupt the very actions that must be taken to protect us. And so I called and asked that the meeting be closed. And I did that because the health and safety of our community is paramount to me, and I'd say to each of us as council members. The health and safety of our residents, of those who, as citizens, are giving their time to make decisions to the best of their ability to protect our public health, to the staff of agencies that are working tirelessly to advise us on the decisions that all of us as leaders ought to be making at all levels of government. The safety of our children home alone is a priority of mine, as are the families of local elected officials who have been asked to make these tough calls. And our officers who are on the front line called in yet again to address a mob of people that have assembled, many of whom are not from our community, to push back on a decision being made to protect our public health. Our officers' health in making the line, protecting these agencies is at risk, just as others are. And I want to thank them for being there. I shut it down for all these reasons, and because this has gone too far. We're at a point now that we need to remind ourselves that this is not who we are. Boiseans, no, and Robert Grammer wrote it great in The Statesman the other day. We live by the Idaho way. We are committed to our community, to the people that we live near, the people that we work with, and we recognize that our prosperity is tied to each other and fundamentally to our health. We are making decisions at local levels to protect our residents, to protect businesses, to keep them open, to keep our economy going. And many of us, and we saw tonight, commissioners' families are put on the line because of the decisions they are willing to make. I am deeply, deeply disturbed by what I saw. People at that meeting cheered. They were glad that I asked that it be shut down. People on social media have said I gave them a win. At the end of the day, I made a decision to protect the children home alone that were facing protesters banging on their mother's door, to protect the agency staff that were in the room with hundreds of people outside, to protect our officers who will do the work they need to do to follow up and make the arrests and the decisions they must related to the violence and the threat of violence that we saw tonight. This is not who we are, Boise, and I want us all to remember that. We have just a couple months left of this really tough year that we've all gone through together, and who we are and what we do will tell the story of generations to come. And most of us in this community, the wide majority of people in this city, have shown who we are and the sacrifices that we've made. But what we saw tonight and what we're continuing to see more and more is a rise in temperature that's not safe, a threat of violence that is meant to intimidate, but can also ultimately incite and cause deep, deep problems in our community and tear families and others apart. I'm seeing what Madison warned against when he talked about small factions and angry mobs, a minority of people that make it impossible to govern. And in a democracy like ours, it is so important that we remember who we are, how we work together, and the importance of rule of law and the traditions that we carry, so that local officials, citizens who are giving of their time, can do what they've been tasked to do, which is to help to govern by the people, for our health. For all those reasons that I shut that meeting down tonight. I am deeply troubled by what I saw, as I know that many in this community are. We know that this is not Boise, but we also know that we have to reckon with it, address it, and make sure that we make clear that this kind of faction, that these kinds of factions, this kind of behavior, the intimidation that families are facing when they're making the decisions they've been asked to make by our state is absolutely not okay. And if it requires me to stop meetings to protect the health and safety of our residents, I will do so. If it requires me to work closely with the police afterwards to make decisions on calls that we have to make, I will do so, as will our police, as will other elected officials in this community. And it's for that reason that I asked that the meeting be closed this evening. And with that, I'm going to ask that we do the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Bajent.
Here.
Clegg.
Here.
Halliburton.
Here.
Sanchez.
Here.
Thompson.
Here.
Woodings.
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Next up, we have minutes, a request for approval from the meeting of December 1st.
Madam Mayor, I request the approval of the city council minutes from our regular evening meeting of December 1st, 2020.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Bajent.
Yes.
Clegg.
Yes.
Halliburton.
Yes.
Sanchez.
Yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Next up, we have under special business. First off, we have the appeal of DRH 20-294, a request to reconsider.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of council. As you recall, on November 17th of this year, you denied an appeal of the Historic Preservation Commission's decision to change this, to disallow the change of status of a home located at 1316 North 6th Street from contributing to non-contributing. In short, after careful review and consideration, council didn't find error in the commission's decision. The applicant has since requested that you reconsider that decision. That's the only question that is before you this evening. If you do elect to reconsider, we would work to schedule and then properly notice a future public hearing. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I just have a question of Cody about process, if I could.
Of course.
Cody, if we choose not to reconsider, my memory in reading the record from the decision we made is that the applicant has an approved plan that they could then go back and build. I'm not sure if they have to get another set of permits to do that. My question is that the reconsideration notice we received referenced that lifting the house up to build or enlarge the basement was going to be the difference, the $61,000 difference. Since there's no house left to lift up, I guess for me, I don't understand why that reference is still in this letter. And maybe it's because I misunderstand what the process would be going forward.
The wrong application.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, I wonder if you might be confusing this application with the one we had. I suppose it was just last week that had already been fully demolished. This house does remain in place. We've had a couple of historic preservation applications before you recently, and so I confused them both myself, but this one is still in place. They do have approved plans and could proceed. Alternatively, they could go back to the Historic Preservation Commission and just simply seek approval for demolition, which, as you know, changing the status to non-contributing clears the way for that in some ways.
Right. Okay, I was mixing them up. Thank you. It didn't make any sense to me. With that, I don't have anything further.
Well, typically, if there's a lack of motion, the request for reconsideration just, I don't want to say dies in these days, but is just, we move on. So I'm not hearing, oh, I've got an attorney coming to talk to me, just a second. Okay, we are being asked to make a motion memorializing if there's a decision not to grant reconsideration, to make that motion as such. I propose that we just do that tonight to do that, and then we can, for future meetings, figure out if this is how we're going to be moving forward from now on.
All right, with that in mind, Madam Mayor, I move that we deny the request for reconsideration.
Okay.
We have a motion and I think a second by Bajent. I might have made that up.
That's right.
Oh, okay. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. And next up, we have an update. Linda, oh great, Linda's with us via Zoom on our public health order enforcement. And just before Linda jumps into it, I just wanted to say a couple things on this. First off, welcome, Linda. It's good to see you over Zoom. We're doing this in partnership with businesses. So I want to just reiterate that, and you'll hear that from Linda as well. Our enforcement program was designed to keep business open so that our economy can continue to function. We can continue to rebound. So we're doing this in partnership with businesses because most businesses are working hard to be in compliance because they too know that's how they protect the health of their employees and how they still open. We've been at this now for I think about 2 weeks maybe. And so we're, as I said at the beginning, we'd be learning as we go, this build, measure, learn approach. We're evaluating what's working, what isn't. We're tracking the actions that have been taken and tweaking is needed. And I think Linda will get into that so that this works because we want to keep businesses open while protecting public health. And I'm actually really pleased to see the high compliance rates that we've had. And I've gotten great feedback from businesses, community leaders, individuals, people in the vulnerable population, healthcare leaders, others, that they too have seen this impact it. And thanks also to all the businesses that are working with us that truly want to comply. And so they've asked us to work with them on doing that. And with that, Linda, welcome. Thanks for being here.
Great, thanks. I'm just going to share my screen really quickly. I've got just a few slides. So hopefully you can see that. Great. So yeah, a couple of weeks ago, the city passed a new health order, which created consequences for individuals and businesses. As the mayor mentioned, the overall goal is to really support businesses and increase compliance for overall safety and health of our community. So effective on Monday, November 23rd, Boise started enforcing these COVID safety measures in 2 ways. The first is when a business has a customer who chooses not to follow safety measures, like wearing a mask, that business may request assistance from the Boise Police Department by calling non-emergency dispatch. If the customer refuses to follow safety measures or leave the business can choose to sign a trespass complaint against the customer. A Boise police officer will then either cite or arrest the customer for trespassing. Secondly, when a resident submits a complaint, either by calling the city clerk's office or filling out a form online, that a business is not following safety measures, the city conducts an inspection. If the inspection reveals a COVID violation of the safety measures, the business license may be temporarily suspended. The city also receives complaints about businesses that are not licensed by the city of Boise, and those complaints are forwarded to Central District Health. The city has created a dashboard, which is available on the city's website under the COVID-19 information to track the daily and the cumulative calls and relevant statistics. As you can see, for the businesses requesting assistance, we've received 25 requests and we've had 3 citations. Most of the time when the police are notified and they respond to a call, the individual has left already, or when the police arrive, the individual leaves or they gain compliance. So that's why you see the number of citations is low compared to the number of calls. On the city clerk side for business compliance, so we've actually received a total amount of calls much higher than that, about 950 calls in total. First couple days we received heavy call volume, mostly those, as the mayor has mentioned before, trying to block the phone line with spam calls. That has really abated and we've seen calls really slow down. We've also received 82 forms online submissions for complaints. Some of those are duplicative with the phone calls we received as well. So with that, we've done 51 inspections, and we are proud to say that we have not had to suspend any licenses up to this point. So the majority in the inspections that we go out on from the compliance officers, they either just don't see a violation when they arrive. They can't confirm the call or the violation that the caller was talking about. But we always talk to a manager and we try to understand what a business's current protocols are, and then we educate them on required protocols. And then occasionally, if the business does need to update their protocols or there was a minor violation, we will do a reinspection to just make sure that that those protocols have been put in place. And what we're seeing is generally a much higher level of compliance once we do that reinspection. So I kind of wanted to debunk, talk about a little bit what we are doing and maybe debunk some myths about what we're not doing. So what we are doing is we're really, like I mentioned, we're performing inspections, but based on complaints. We're notifying businesses of the complaints at the time of inspection or by mail. We're really trying to partner with businesses to achieve compliance. We've been working with various corporate headquarters, people, different associations, and really trying to align their corporate policies with our local order. Sometimes it's just a matter of the corporate headquarters are in a different state and aren't aware of what the requirements of the local order are. And then really just only citing those individuals who refuse to leave or refuse to comply with the order if the business requests that. So some of the things that we're not doing is we're not doing unsolicited checks of businesses or individuals. We're not suspending licenses based on minor violations, and we're certainly not citing everyone we see without a mask or who's not social distancing. So yeah, we're trying to really, like the mayor said, our overall goal here is compliance, and we're not trying to be heavy-handed. And I think that's indicative of the amount of citations that we've written and really the fact that we haven't had to suspend any licenses yet. We're really happy to see the business community has responded really well. They've been very collaborative. It's been a very collaborative process, and we are seeing higher compliance, and we feel like we are having some success with the enforcement process. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Madam Mayor.
I think it was Councilmember Sanchez, maybe, and then
Yeah.
Bajan. Sorry, I
you,
wasn't looking at the video.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Linda. It's good to see you.
Thanks.
I'm just going to revisit a question I had at our last council meeting or work session. In terms of folks reporting through the hotline, are they able to do that anonymously? The reason I'm asking is I did have a constituent email me about concerns about her workplace where the employer, rather than step up protocols to be more compliant, seem to loosen things up, removing signage, removing the spacing stickers, I think that some businesses place on the floor, and was very concerned about what it meant to continue to work in a place like that. That was being told by her employer that the city's not going to check, don't worry about it. So yeah, I just wanted to follow up about that.
Yeah, Councilmember Sanchez, that's a good question. We are asking businesses, we're asking individuals to offer a name and a phone number when they call in so that we can follow up with them if we have more questions or we need more detail about what they saw. But we are not releasing that information to anybody. That information is anonymous. And as our standard practice in the clerk's office, we do not report individuals or give out any of their information if they've reported a violation.
Great, thank you so much, Linda.
You're welcome.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Linda, I wanted just to get a little bit of clarification on something because I had an opportunity to talk with one business owner in particular who I think was understandably just a little confused about what we're doing. She had received a letter on the 23rd, which is the day that we're rolling these things out. And so what I told her, and what I sure hope is correct, is that the city is not suspending people's business licenses based on a telephone call from a citizen. The city is not jeopardizing our partners in the business community who are working to help us, jeopardizing their business or their way of life just based on tips, whether anonymous or not. But that if somebody ends up in a situation that hasn't happened yet, where we start to look at some form of enforcement, it will be because someone from the city did an inspection, talked with the business, talked with the manager, talked with the people there. They had a process they had an opportunity to participate in. And it's not, we haven't set up some system here where an angry citizen could take down a business by placing a telephone call. That was her concern. Those are all the things that I told her. Can you just help me make sure that they're correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Everything you told her is correct. When we get a phone call, if it's a business that the city licenses, we do an inspection before anything happens. Essentially, we'll send out a code compliance officer. We'll do an inspection. Like I said, most of the time when our code compliance officer gets out there, they don't see the violation. They see that everything looks good, and if they see that the business is following best practices and protocols, they have signage. They're trying to, offering masks or have sanitation products, they're trying to physically distance customers, everything else. If their employees are all wearing masks, then it's end of story. Essentially, we leave the business and the case is closed. So you're absolutely correct. In the few instances where, we do a reinspection, it's mostly because maybe we did see some violations and the business wasn't following best practice. And so we just educate them about what that looks like. And we do an inspection just to follow up to make sure that, that they are complying. What we're really looking for, if we have a suspension, which we haven't yet, because thankfully all the businesses have been really great and very collaborative, what we're really looking for is those egregious situations where they're not trying to comply, they don't want to comply, and it poses a safety issue to the public.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Linda, a question for you about the non-emergency number. Since it is a non-emergency number, how long does it typically take an officer to respond?
That's a really good question. I think that it depends it depends on a lot of different factors. It depends on how close the nearest officer is. It depends how busy they are, what other calls they have. I think, they've indicated that if they have, one officer has 2 calls and one's for like a domestic violence incident, they will probably prioritize that. So I can't tell you how quickly they are responding, but they are responding if they can, as quickly as they can. And like I mentioned, a lot of times these interactions at these different businesses are pretty temporary with these customers. And most of the time when BPD arrives, the customer is left or they've complied. So
follow up if I may.
Yes.
So Linda, I appreciate that. I guess, going back to what happened tonight at Central District Health, I know at least one Saturday in downtown, there were groups of people visiting businesses. Is there a way that we can ensure that dispatch or whoever it is that takes that call understands whether it's one person or whether it's an attempt to intimidate the business with a group of people, so that BPD could understand how to prioritize?
Yeah, that's a good point. I can certainly pass that information along to, we're working mostly with Captain Birch on this effort, and he's helping us, and I can absolutely pass that information to him. We can talk about that. The team's meeting every day. Between the city clerk's office and BPD, we meet every morning to review the day before and to learn from what's working, what's not working. And we're always looking to improve the process and make adjustments where necessary. So I can absolutely pass that information on to them tomorrow morning and see if there's something more we can do there to support businesses.
Thank you.
Madam-
I really appreciate that. This is, I mean, this whole effort is to keep our businesses open, and I want to do everything we can to make sure that we're helping them.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to follow up on what Council President Clegg brought up in terms of folks coming to businesses to challenge the public health order. I've seen that up close in a situation which I was a little taken aback because I guess I just wouldn't consider it really a business. I went to a doctor's appointment about not quite a month ago. And when the nurse was taking my vitals, she noted that my blood pressure and my heart rate were elevated and asked why. And I said, because you're not wearing a mask. And she quickly said, I will absolutely put one on, but we just don't know when folks come to see us what their attitude is about that. And so that really took me aback to be in a medical facility where people are so very much affected by how an individual might feel about wearing masks. And so I just wanted to share that example with you, just to show you how much that is, I think, affecting people in our community who probably do want to comply with the order, but have been faced with aggressive people who are not in agreement that we should have such an order in place. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Yes.
Did you say go?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Yeah. This is more of just a message to relay than a question, and really for staff, for the other council members, and for you, Madam Mayor. I think one of the positives of this year is all of the changes I think have forced myself and probably many other council members to be very closely in touch with a lot of our business owners to do the best that we can to help them. And I know several weeks ago there were, I don't know how many business owners reaching out asking what the city can do to help them encourage customers to obey the rules so that they can create safe places for their employees to work and for their customers to be. And after we ratified the order last week, I've had several different business owners that I've been working with who are just so incredibly thankful for the opportunity to work with us, to stay open, to protect their employees. And I've had a couple reach out specifically asking me to relay that message to council and the mayor. And so while I know that there's lots of ways that we can improve this and address some of the issues to make it better, I do think that this is something that, in my experiences, businesses are in broad support of and are wanting to do the right thing. So I just wanted to relay that. Thanks.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
I just want to thank everyone involved in making this enforcement tool a reality. I know that it was many months of figuring out what was legal, what is right, what is helpful. And so I just really appreciate that. I've committed to shopping at local stores as much as possible this holiday season. And a couple of my favorite local stores are in surrounding communities. And as I reach out to those stores to ask what their mask policies are, I'm often disappointed that if I don't want to go into a building where employees and other customers are not masked, I'm asked to use curbside pickup. And that's something that hasn't happened to me in Boise. And I think that that ultimately is going to be better for our economy, that folks feel safe going in and browsing in stores. You always spend more money if you browse in a store rather than ordering it online or ordering it over the phone and doing curbside pickup. And so I really hope that our Boise businesses are seeing that this holiday season. I really hope that Boiseans feel safe going in and supporting these businesses. You know, we have so many small business owners in this community who could really use our love this holiday season. So I'm hoping that everyone will get out there, support folks, keep your money local, keep it in Boise, and have a really Merry Christmas, unwrapping all of those good feelings.
Madam Mayor, TJ here.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment, and I don't have a question. I just wanted to thank Linda and thank the great work that our city has been doing. I remain extremely supportive of this proposal that is in place by you, Madam Mayor, and that we all supported. I think it is having a very positive impact. There's certainly a few bad apples that want to make it seem as if it's an injustice or something of that sort. But I am seeing a very high compliance rate out there. You know, I certainly am, like everyone else, still visiting the stores and getting our groceries and whatever it might be, dry cleaning, and wherever I'm going, I'm seeing a very high compliance rate. And I just want to thank all those citizens that are playing that role to keep everybody healthy and safe. But again, I remain extremely supportive of the efforts, and I think you've been handling it perfectly. And I appreciate the report, Linda. Thanks for your hard work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, thank you very much. It looks like everybody's had a chance to ask their questions, so we'll move on into the consent agenda. Have a great night, Linda.
Thank you. You too.
All items with an asterisk are considered to be routine by the council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a council member or citizen so requests, in which case the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered in its normal sequence.
Madam Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion and second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
before we take a
Oh, sorry.
vote,
Yeah,
I
sure.
just wanted to call out a couple of items on the consent agenda tonight. This is always a great time of year when we get to allocate community development block grants to the amazing organizations in our community that serve our citizens. So I just wanted to call out that those resolutions are in tonight's consent agenda. They don't often get very much attention, but I think it's a good idea for them to get a little bit of attention because it's a really important function that we do here at the city by passing those funds through from the federal government into our local community. That's all.
Very true. Thanks for pointing that out. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Agent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
And now we will move into ordinances. There's one ordinance on the first reading calendar.
Madam Mayor, I ask unanimous consent that all ordinances on the first reading calendar be read by number and title only and filed for the second reading calendar.
Without objection,
ORD-51-20, an ordinance DRH 20-00434 for property located at 2115 Heights Drive, amending zoning classifications of the city of Boise City to change the classification of real property particularly described in section 1 of this ordinance from R-1CH, single-family residential with historic overlay, to R-1C, single-family residential without the historic overlay, setting forth the reason statement in support of such zone change and providing an effective date.
thank you. There's nothing on the second reading calendar, so we'll go to the third reading calendar.
Madam Mayor, I move that further reading of ORD 47-20, ORD 48-20, ORD 49-20, and ORD 50-20 be dispensed with, and the record reflect that they have been read the third time in full.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Paget,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
ORD 47-20, an ordinance amending the Boise Development Code, Boise City Code, Title 11, Chapter 3, Section 4, to require design review prior to demolition of structures within existing design reviews districts, approving a summary of the ordinance and providing an effective date.
Madam Mayor, I move that ORD 47-20 be approved.
If it's all right, Council President, she'll read them all and then you can do one motion.
Yep, sure.
ORD 48-20, an ordinance repealing the Boise City Fire Prevention Code, Boise City Code, Title 5, Chapter 12, and enacting a new Boise City Fire Code, Title 5, Chapter 12, including adoption of the 2018 International Fire Code and associated amendments required by the state of Idaho. Also including the adoption of an updated wildland urban interface map and associated wildland urban interface standards, use and restrictions of foam water fire suppression systems, provisions related to control valve and FACP locations, new requirements for spec warehouses, tenant space identification for multi-tenant occupancies and multifamily housing, updating duties and procedures for the Fire Board of Appeals, providing associated penalties, approving a summary of the ordinance, providing an effective date. ORD 49-20, an ordinance repealing Boise City Code, Title 1, Chapter 6, Section 3A4, Mayor and City Council salaries, and eliminating the regularly scheduled increase to the mayor's annual salary and providing an effective date. ORD 50-20, an ordinance repealing Boise City Code, Title 1, Chapter 6, Section 3B4, Mayor and City Council salaries, and eliminating the regularly scheduled increase to the City Council member's annual salary and providing an effective date.
Madam Mayor, I move that ORD 47-20, ORD 48-20, 49-20, and 50-20 be approved, and then I have some comments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, I just want to point out that ORD 49-20 and ORD 50-20 are the ordinances that repeal the regularly scheduled raise in salary for mayor and city council. We all collectively felt like this year, because we're asking so much from City of Boise employees, because of our budget unknowns, just because of everything that is so in flux because of COVID, it was not an appropriate year to take raises. So we're putting that money back into our budget. And this was the last year of that regularly scheduled increase. And so mayor and council will be looking at out years once we have a new council to reinstitute potentially some kind of raise in the future.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
just a point. I've had some questions from members of the public about why do we get to increase our own salaries? And in fact, it's required by state law that if a city council or another elected body or mayor is to get an increase, that there has to be an ordinance and there has to be a public hearing on that ordinance at which you take testimony about the increase. And it has to be done before, far enough before an election that it does not affect the immediate council members who are voting on it, but affects those who would get elected after the next election. This particular ordinance was passed 5 years ago. It was figured, although we also have to put direct figures in it, we can't put percentages, but those direct figures were calculated based on the base percent that we were likely to give our general employees, and in fact lagged behind that a couple of times. So just for information for those folks who've contacted me and wondered about this and how it works. Thank you.
Thanks. And just one more thing on that too, it's just as a reminder, because not all council was here when this was done 5 years ago. While the council is charged with voting on the raises, what the city opted to do was have our HR department look at salary ranges and come up with a formulaic way to address the wage. So it wasn't council members choosing their salary or the mayor at the time choosing his. And that's also why they chose to look at a 5-year schedule of bringing them more in line with wages of the day, which is, I imagine, the process that HR would go through again to present recommendations to council in the future. Did we vote?
No, we haven't
We did
voted
vote.
yet.
All right. Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. Next up, we're going to move into the public hearing portion of our evening. A couple things just as we get going. First off, we have an application by the city for the city, and then we have a CUP application. And each of those, what I'll do, I mean, there's one person in here. Are you here to testify on a specific item? Okay, I didn't think so because we didn't have any signups. So there's one person in the room right now, and then everybody else whose names we have for these different topics has joined us by Zoom, I have to imagine. So what I'll do is we'll hear from staff, and then we'll go through neighborhood associations, the public. And I have a list of people here that signed up in advance for the different topics. So I'll call on those people first. And then if you're here and you want to talk on one of the two things, just punch the little Zoom hand button and the clerk will call on you and we'll get you queued up after I've called through the people that I have on the list. And with that, the first topic that we have, I had some notes because I wanted to say a couple of things on this. Who is it Tom that's presenting?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Good to see you. Presenting tonight on our comprehensive plan amendment for some updates. And they're neighbors of the West Neighborhood Association and as well as the Northwest here tonight, because a topic of this is the fire station placement. And I just want to start and say before Tom jumps in that, we recognize the frustration the neighborhood has had in these multiple years of trying to come up with a plan. And it's been a long process and there's a lot in flux. And I'd say that in that tonight, our goal is to tell you what we know, to tell you what we don't know, and then talk to you about how we're going to go about collecting the information we need to ultimately make a decision. A decision on fire placement is not going to happen tonight. But I see great opportunity right now because we have a new fire chief, we have a new police chief, both of them want to work together and address the needs of the area of the city. There's new leadership in some of the neighboring fire entities. And of course, we have other entities like NACFR that have stations and that will have to make decisions as well as it'll impact ours. So, there's opportunity to have a community conversation, to look at this with new eyes, to come up with, hopefully relatively soon, because the neighborhood needs it, a location that's appropriate. And so I just wanted to acknowledge all that before Tom kicks us off with a staff presentation. And thanks, Tom, for being here.
All right, I'll go ahead and share my screen. And thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Tom Laws, Comprehensive Planning. And today I'm going to be presenting on our Blueprint Boise Minor Update, CPA 20-00001. There we go. So just a quick overview. There's really 4 different components of this application. The first being the adoption of 28 plans by reference into Blueprint that are existing plans that we've been using largely over the years. 3 new plans that are also proposed to be adopted, 11 plans that are proposed to be retired out of Blueprint Boise, and then 5 new activity centers. And I'll go into a little more detail about all of those next. How did we get here? This really started about a year ago, led by the Office of Innovation and Performance. And the goal was really just to get a grasp on what plans do we have out within the city and which ones are we using day to day. And so all the different departments had representation that came together. And it turns out that there were over 150 plans that we were actively using between all of our departments. During the spring of this year, each department kind of created a list looking at which plans are actively in use, which plans could probably be retired, or which plans are in need for an update. That was then followed up by, in the summer, the creation of a peer cities selection guide led by Boise State Office Policy Institute, or Idaho Policy Institute, and once again, the Office of Innovation and Performance. And the goal there was really to figure out which cities are the city of Boise most aligned with when we're looking at things like census numbers or traffic counts or crash data, different metrics like that, so we can be all on the same page across departments. That can bring us here where we are today, where we're looking at that general minor cleanup of Blueprint Boise. And really the overall goal of this entire process is what the innovation performance team is calling the Boise's way of planning. And so the goal would be that we identify these themes, we identify these metrics that in the future you pick up a plan, and regardless if it's police, if it's parks, if it's planning, if it's fire, it'll have the same kind of theme where you'll know and be able to identify easily that, yes, this is a City of Boise document. If I flip to this page, it'll likely be about implementation. If I go to this page, it's likely about public outreach and public engagement and so forth. So regarding the plans themselves, the 3 new plans that we're proposing with this amendment include the West Downtown Neighborhood Plan, which was completed about this time in 2019, the Northwest Neighborhood Plan, which was wrapped up at the beginning of this year, and then the State Street Transit Oriented Development Plan, which was also wrapped up near the end of last year. We also have 28 plans that we felt that we were currently using that just for different reasons we hadn't adopted by reference yet into Blueprint. The vast majority of these are ACHD plans and primarily bicycle and pedestrian plans. So for example, the Southwest Boise Neighborhood Bike Ped Plan here, which was completed in 2018. We also had a lot of different departmental plans that hadn't been reflected in Blueprint yet. One example coming from Public Works is Boise's Energy Future, a community-wide energy plan completed last year. And then we also had a little inconsistency with some of our member agencies. So for example, with the Shoreline Urban Renewal District, we had formally adopted into Blueprint by reference the feasibility study, but not the plan itself. So there's a few URD plans that we're just kind of cleaning up in this process as well. In terms of the retirement plans, most of these are a result of newer plans coming out that have superseded these existing plans. So the 3 examples I have here are once again departmental plans. So in the case with fire, we have the facility master plan that was done in 2007. It was then updated with Blueprint Boise in 2011, and now we have this new master siting plan that was completed last year. We also had a couple neighborhood plans that were updated. So the example here being the East End Neighborhood Policy Guide, which has been superseded with the East End Neighborhood Plan completed in 2018. And then finally, once again, a couple jurisdictional plans. Compass and Valley Regional Transit are the 2 main ones here, where in Valley Regional Transit's case, we had a long-range transit plan, Valley Connect, completed in 2006. That was updated with Valley Connect 2.0 in 2018. And then finally, we're also proposing adding 5 new activity centers to the land use map. And all 5 of these came out of recommendations from our neighborhood plans, including the Northwest Neighborhood Plan, the West Downtown Neighborhood Plan, and the East End Neighborhood Plan. In terms of public testimony, really the focus tended to be on the master fire siting plan. And really the concerns here were with the timing and the location of the fire station. Since the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing, Fire has modified this plan to look for greater flexibility and time for additional study. And with that, I think I'll go ahead and pause. In attendance is Fire Chief Niemeyer and Deputy Chief Gervais that we're going to speak a little bit more about those and that process.
Thanks, Tom. Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Romeo Gervais, Deputy Chief with Boise Fire. As Tom mentioned, we are proposing to replace kind of that 2007 master siting plan with a new one that we updated in 2019. Most of the update to that had to do with our southern boundaries, including some additional proposed future station sites down there, as well as our north area, our northwest area. Um, Late last week, we did provide an update to that master siting plan that we had presented at the Planning and Zoning Commission, really looking at the existing station site. And what we did was, instead of identifying just the station site on Gary Lane that we have owned by the city, if you will, is tried to make it a more generic site, if you will, like we did in other areas of the city, so that we can continue to examine that location. Even since Planning and Zoning Commission, there's been a couple of big injects that really have made certainly me pause and have some additional discussions with Chief Niemeyer. The first one that came into play was some discussions that I had with North Fire Rescue a couple of weeks ago, or NACFR, and they have expressed strong desires to maintain Fire Station 16, which is on Glenwood, open. Obviously, when we were looking at the Gary Lane site, we were really looking at the potential of a consolidated station where we would potentially close Station 16 and move some of those resources up to that Northwest station. At this point in time, they've indicated to us that that was not something that they really feel like is a good move for them continuing forward. So that's a pretty big inject with station planning. The other component that came into play was with Eagle Fire. Eagle Fire, we've been having continued discussions with them, and they are strongly looking at relocating their Fire Station 42, which is the station located over on Floating Feather, and obviously provides some level of automatic aid or auto aid into that northwest portion of the city. So, and then thirdly, probably most importantly, we've brought on a new fire chief about a week ago. So with those three injects, really we felt like it was best to make our station site a little bit more generic, continue to look at that site, but also look at other sites within that northwest area. And that's what this new master siting plan shows. So instead of a dedicated site, it shows more of a ghosted area, if you will, and allows us to do a little bit more research and make sure that we're spending taxpayers' monies wisely and putting a station site that's going to serve us well now and into the future as well. So, we still feel like building a Northwest station is very important, and we want to move post haste. As the council probably remembers, we approved design monies in 21 for that station, as well as have some placeholders in the budget for construction in 22 and then staffing in subsequent years. So we still would like to move forward as quickly as we can with this analysis, so that hopefully we can keep on track with some of those numbers and continue to move forward with not only the design of the station, but also the construction of the station. For us, really, our next steps as we move forward is obviously we've got a new fire chief on board. So I've spent the last week or so getting him start to up to speed on this particular topic, looking at these documents. We have also started to or continue some of that further collaboration, both with the Eagle Fire Department as well as the North Ada County Fire Rescue Departments. So continuing to have ongoing meetings with them. I know Chief Niemeyer spoke with Eagle last week, and we have a meeting set up with North Ada County. We'll be meeting with them next Monday to continue some of these discussions. So that's probably the first one, is looking at those partnerships and confirming their plans so that we dovetail into their designs. Really, the next component is starting to look at potential sites in the area. So we have asked our Public Works Department to start looking at areas or sites that are available for potentially a future station. And then followed up to that is really, I've asked our data analysts within the fire departments to start looking at some alternative locations with regards to that response time criteria. So when we start to map out 4 minutes and 5 minutes and 6 minute response times, what do they look like from different fire station sites? As many of you know too, we are working on a standard of cover document. So we received a draft copy 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon last Friday. So have started to look through that, and that will help answer some of those questions with regards to calls for service, densities, things like that, that we can use to also help with that planning process. So we'll continue to work with that. Like I say, it's still in draft format, so we're still working through that particular document, but that'll help us as well. And then really, we'll just continue to move forward with development of those sites. What we probably propose to do is either return to a work session with council once we kind of have completed that analysis and or memos or some form of meeting with council to update and really look for your confirmation on the direction of that final station site and things like that. Our goal is to move quickly. I want to overpromise, and Chief Niemeyer wants to be more realistic. So really our goal is hopefully to have this all wrapped up here in the first quarter of 21, in the next 3 or 4 months or so, and get back in front of you with that station site so we can continue to move forward with constructing a station in the Northwest. It certainly is an area that's underserviced and is long due a fire station. So with that, I would pause for any questions, and Chief Niemeyer is on as well tonight. If you have any questions for him or if he wanted to add anything.
Yeah, Romeo, thanks. I'll chime in. Mayor, Council, good evening. Let me just say for all of you, and as well as the Northwest Neighborhood Association, this has been an issue on your radar for quite a while. For me, it's been a week and a day, along with some other issues that we've been working through. So I understand the importance of this. Station planning is a deliberate act. I was doing that in Meridian prior to coming over, and we want to make sure that when we put concrete in the ground and we build that community resource, that community firehouse, that it's in the right location 10 years down the road and 15 years down the road and 20 years down the road. So that's an important decision. As the staff briefed me on some of the changes that had recently occurred, specifically with the North Ada County Fire and Rescue Department and their desire, meeting with Chief Lewis. I've met with him twice. I met with Chief Lee this last week already as well to talk about co-location of resources for police and fire. And I also met with Chief Rain with Ada County Paramedics. So as we look at how we place a fire station and we look at the other community resources we have to best serve our community and our citizens, those conversations are very important. I don't anticipate a long delay at all. I did ask for a short pause, work with Tom and his staff, but understand the importance of the comp plan and the desire to move that forward. So I will keep that brief other than to give you my philosophy and just ask for a small pause on that so we can truly evaluate the data, the analysis. I fully plan on meeting with the Neighborhood Association. Chief Gervais has helped me out in that aspect to have that communication with them as well. So with that, I'll stand for any questions to either Romeo or myself.
Madam Mayor?
Yep, go ahead.
No questions, Chief. Nice to see you. You made a passing comment to co-location and working with BPD to make sure that all of the concrete we're putting in the ground for all of the services is in the right place for everything. And I just want to express support for that and say, I'm really glad to hear it.
Madam Mayor. Quick comment about the fire station location, and then I have a question for Tom, kind of a procedural one. On the fire station, I'm happy to hear that given the changes that have occurred with our 2 sistering agencies that we're looking at this anew. I'm also happy to hear that you're committed to keeping that look as short as possible so that we can get moving on this. Thank you. Tom, for you, the question is, we've run into this in a couple of hearings. This was a considerable effort to update all of these plans. Some of these plans update on a regular basis. And I just want to be sure that while we're listing all of these specifically, we have the appropriate language in the comp plan to reference the latest and/or the latest of this regularly updated plan. And as I'm reading the packet, that would be on page 95, but I wanted to make sure that had been addressed when you looked at this. And if you can reference somewhere else, that would be great. That was where I found the only reference I could to how we would consider updating, not having to take an action to get the latest plan in our consideration when things come before us. Or do we have to take an action? I guess that's my question.
Madam Mayor, President Clegg, I think in this case, it kind of depends on the plan. And so absolutely right. I saw the concern, primarily with examples like the ACHD master street map, for example, where we know every few years that's going to be one that's consistently adopted. I think we can add that language in there, and it strengthens what we have so far to make sure that that's just the reoccurring a reoccurring process that's going to happen, year after year. Other examples, a lot of our neighborhood plans, a lot of the ACHD bike ped plans, I think because there's enough time in between there, some of those are 10, 15 years, in between, and updates, and then also just the content itself, how much it changes. I think those are the ones that we'll definitely probably want to bring back to you. I would say that, there's probably two reasons why this is such a large application. The first being, this was probably the first time we undertook a really detailed citywide analysis on what plans we have out there, whether they're cities or, other jurisdictions that we followed. But then also, Blueprint Boise is kind of, it's starting to get to the end of its theoretical life. So the goal would be around 10 to 15 years, and it was adopted back in 2011. So I think that's another sign where it's just, a few of these things probably slipped through the cracks over the last 5-7 years. Whereas if this was a brand new comprehensive planning document, we wouldn't nearly have the number that we're showing today.
Thank you, Tom. Follow up, if I might, Madam Mayor.
Yes, of course.
So, Tom, thank you for referencing the ACHD. The hearing I remember, I believe, was a floodplain map, and there's some others, geotechnical stuff in particular, that do get updated regularly by the various agencies. So if we could make sure and get some language in here to ensure that when applications come before us, we are considering the latest adopted version of those plans or maps or whatever they may be. And then if we could, some kind of a process internally when we bring a neighborhood plan, for instance, for adoption of the plan itself, that we just automatically have an update into the comprehensive plan when that happens. Does that make sense?
Madam Mayor, President Clegg, absolutely. I think in some instances, maybe it's more appropriate for a Friday memo or a work session, just so we can kind of show off all the hard work we did and what's new with some of these plans. But for those minor updates, I think we'll make sure to add that language in there and get those internal processes figured out.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
I just want to point out real quick before I ask my question to Council President Clegg. I think that came up very recently with the airport area of impact on an application we were looking at, and there was some confusion about which map we were supposed to be referencing in that application. So I think it's good to have a lot more clarity, especially on the citizen side, around what we should be looking at. My question is for Chief Niemeyer. You look good in that uniform, by the way. And and now are you Deputy Chief Gervais? I have to get used to all these new titles. Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation and for really accentuating the fact that there is definitely a gap in service in Northwest. I just wanted to get the latest. I know, in past months, there's been some confusion around what kind of agreement we have with our surrounding fire departments around service and mutual aid. So can we just kind of get the rundown on what that's looking like in kind of our bordering areas right now?
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Woodings. And absolutely, I've been getting up to speed on our contractual agreement with North Ada County Fire and Rescue. So that's one agreement that we have in place. The other one is with the Eagle Fire Department. I've known Chief Lewis a long time, and so we've had these discussions about specifically the Northwest neighborhood and the responses to that. We currently have an agreement with Eagle Fire to provide aid, if you will, to that area because they have the closest unit to that. My philosophy on aid is that we need it. When somebody's house is on fire, when a family member is suffering a medical emergency that's critical, when there's a car wreck, that aid is important. The closest unit should go. But when that aid is not reciprocal, meaning there's an imbalance to aid received and aid given, you have an issue that we have to address. And right now, the aid that we're receiving is not in balance with the aid that we are giving. And so that's really the conversation that I'm having with Chief Lewis, that we need to cover our jurisdiction there. We need to cover our city. So I am in full support of a fire station in the Northwest neighborhood. It's a matter of exactly where do we place it, and we just want to make sure we do that right. Hopefully that answered your question. Our agreement with Ada County Paramedics is realized through our Access EMS system that Council President Clegg sits on, and how we develop those dispatch protocols. So that's a separate agreement altogether through our EMS system.
That did answer my question. Thank you very much.
All right, if there are no more questions for staff at this time, I'm going to open it up to the neighborhood associations. Sounds like, why don't we go first with Erica? Are you with us tonight? Erica Benson from Northwest? If this will help you get off the phone sooner, I'll have you go first. Is she there?
Madam Mayor, she is.
Okay, great. Hi, Erica. Thanks for joining us, and I just want you to know that you're in my thoughts. We can't hear you if you're talking. We can see your screen. And Erica, now we can't see your screen. I see for a second it flashed up that you were talking, but we can't hear you. Erica, I think that you can probably hear me. What I'm going to suggest is to give you a little bit of time to work with Shar to try to fix this, or maybe even to call in from a phone while you're using your screen for the presentation. Why don't we, well, Erica, now we can see your whole computer screen. Erica, we can see all of your screen. I'm just going to suggest you might want to change that. There you go. Perhaps, Erica, I'm going to suggest that Shar send you through the chat, or however it is that Shar is communicating with people, the phone number that you could call in, so you have audio that way, and then we could use your PowerPoint. But while she's doing that, if Nicole is ready from West Downtown, we could have instead Nicole, because Erica, this happened to somebody a couple weeks ago, and ultimately they just called in with their phone, but then used the PowerPoint. But why don't we have Nicole present, and then we'll come right back to you, Erica. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. I'm going to share my screen and go through our neighborhood plan briefly.
And I'm going to ask Nicole that you just up the volume a tiny bit.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. So let me start here at the beginning. I appreciate the time tonight. Our neighborhood is very excited about having this plan. It's been in the works for a while, so we're excited to share. So as I go on through, please feel free to ask questions. So for whoever may not be familiar with West Downtown neighborhood, I wanted to just give a brief intro on us. I think many of you are. We've been to a lot of planning and zoning hearings and city council hearings, but also We were originally known as the McCarthy Edition. We are a neighborhood association that was formed about 19 years ago. I think we are still the smallest neighborhood association, although I do know that there's probably been more that have been formed recently. And we're a diverse neighborhood. We have housing, businesses, and a church. And there's a little map there so you can see where we are if you're not familiar. We are a very active and engaged community, even though we're small. We have regularly quarterly meetings. We actively participate in Neighborhood Watch and National Night Out. Unfortunately, this year, this has not worked out well for us, but we're hoping, to continue and get back to that once it's a safe environment for everybody. We've had many initiatives over the years also, neighborhood plan, rezoning on State and Maine, which I have a line through because we have completed those. And then we're also been working on investigating a rezone of some C2 zoning in our area that we just don't feel is compatible. And then also there's interest in some historic or conservation district. This is a brief timeline of our neighborhood plan. So we were awarded a grant, which was how the neighborhood plan was funded. So it was all through the Energize. So we appreciate those funds. So thank you for that. And then in March, CTA and Red Sky were selected to help us guide us through this process. In May, we had our kickoff event of 2019, a share-it session in July, and then a neighborhood open house in September, and then finalized the plan at the end of October of 2019. Along the way, we learned a lot about the neighborhood history too, because there was also a history report done on the neighborhood. And along with, we really learned about how involved our neighborhood is. At the May kickoff event, we had a lot of turnout, even in the rain, and we had good participation in our online surveys. And we actually even were awarded the Best Outreach Award from the APA this fall. So we'd like to thank Tom for encouraging us to submit for that. So thank you. So that was exciting for us that we also got an award along with a plan at the same time. So as I mentioned, the history where you are, the McCarthy Edition. We had the Park School, which is actually the picture there of the beautiful school. It no longer exists, but I think it was around the area of like 16th and Main area. We learned about that our neighborhood, some area was like a transportation corridor, and part of that, there used to be a lot of barns where people kept their horses because that was their form of transportation. And also there was quite a bit of rail transportation that went through the southern portion of our neighborhood. We focused on 4 areas in the plan: land use, site and building design, connectivity, and neighborhood sense of place. So we decided that we would pick 2 from each just to share. We're really excited about every part of the plan, but we thought we'd focus on these 2. One is the activity center, which I actually think Tom mentioned earlier that was being adopted tonight. We wanted to add an activity center near like Main and 16th. And then we also want to encourage the development of a festival street also down in that area. For site and building design, we plan to work on a neighborhood development scorecard to address what the neighborhood preferences are, and then also explore incentive for projects that exceed the downtown design standards and guidelines. For sense of place, neighborhood interaction, we always want to try to encourage more of that by doing like a clean team, where we can offer a cleanup for the neighborhood as a way to like dispose of items that maybe are difficult for them to dispose, or just other items that are found laying around the alleys of the neighborhood and clean that up. A welcome neighborhood program, and then we, as always, we continue to participate in the Energize Our Neighborhoods programs. And then for connectivity, our neighborhood is a connection for a lot of people to downtown, whether it be pedestrian or bicycle traffic. So we feel that that's important to make sure that's safe for everybody. So improve crosswalks at high traffic intersections, and then also provide bike racks at any activity centers that we may have, and then improve the streetscapes. People tend to like the sidewalks better when there's a bit of a buffer in between the road and the sidewalk, and so encourage that, and then also make sure that we keep things pedestrian scale. Lastly, I want to just thank our team. From CTA, we had Angela Hansen and Dave Dixon, and from Red Sky, we had Julie Shigbrow. from the city of Boise, Tom and Deanna and Kathleen, really helped us figure out what a neighborhood plan is. And then the neighborhood, we also had Jordan Meardels, who was our leader, Ethan Mansfield, Kelly Tagg, Scott Tagg, myself, and then also to thank Tagg, Barbara Perry Bauer, who provided all the great historical information that we ended up putting in as an addendum in our neighborhood plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Nicole.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to thank Nicole and the neighborhood. I know you guys worked hard on this and looks like came up with a great plan. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Nicole, you're amazing. I always get excited when I know you're going to come before council, just because, especially during this difficult year, I appreciate people like you who are very solution driven, and you're very inclusive in ensuring that everyone in your neighborhood has a voice. And I know, as you said, you have a small neighborhood association, but what a great example for the rest of our city and for other neighborhood associations to follow. So thank you and great job.
Thank you.
Well, thanks, Nicole, so much for your work and for the participation of your neighborhood. We are going to try Erica once more. I saw that you shared the phone number. Has Erica called in?
No, I haven't seen her call in. She's still online though.
Okay, Erica, we'll try again. And I'm going to need you to call in if we can't hear you. So let's try once more. We can see your screen. So Erica, we can't hear you. I'm trying to remember how to do this. The clerk provided you with a phone number we'll need you to call into. Can you chat with her, Char? I don't even know if she can hear me.
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I did speak with Erica just briefly there, and she does have the phone number. I know she was just having some problems. She thought she had it resolved, but I think she's still having problems. But she does have that phone number, so I'll follow up with her again and make sure she can get on.
Okay, thank you. And then we only have two people scheduled to talk, Erica as a resident, because she was allowed to do so at the Planning and Zoning Commission, and then Richard Llewellyn.
And Madam Mayor, we do have someone with a raised hand for this too.
Okay. While Erica's trying to figure this out, why don't we have those folks move through? We've got a long item behind this one. So Richard, you can go ahead and speak.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for everything tonight. So first, Richard Llewellyn, 9170 Hill Road. First, a quick thing. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. If you're really loud, we're just gonna ask you to drop the volume a little bit.
I'm really loud. Wow, how amazing is that? I don't know that I didn't realize we had volume controls on our side. Let me try just to
volume controlled you, so go ahead. You're good.
Okay. All right. Well, nice to be loud. Okay. First, a quick thank you regarding our Northwest Neighborhood Plan to the city planners, to our neighborhood team and BDS Planning. that was a real effort, not easy, and with give and take from all sides. We learned a lot and ended up with a great plan. But now I need to shift gears and tell you, our elected city leaders, a story regarding the fire siting plan that I don't think you've heard, but it's important. On February 28th, 2018, I was invited by the new Pierce Park Neighborhood Association to a meeting with the then fire chief and the parks director. There we heard a story firsthand about how the chief had recently been driving down Gary Lane, had noticed a parcel of city land there, and said to himself, that would be a great place for my new fire station. He called up Parks and asked if they had any plans for the parcel. They said they didn't. Now imagine how our neighborhoods felt when we found the 2010 Idaho Statesman clipping that showed that the fire chief not only knew all about that parcel on Gary Lane, but had argued adamantly that it could not, due to safety reasons, host a fire station. It would create a permanent gap in coverage farther east, where it would leave Cynthia Mann Elementary School and many subdivisions outside the level of service. Planning and zoning agreed and cited the station on Pierce Park Lane in 2010. Imagine what we thought as we found development after development, annexation after annexation, starting with Quail Ridge in 1988 through the annexation of Pierce Park Gulch and Northwest Boise, 32 years of land use decisions, many of them in the wildland urban interface, approved based on paper fire stations that were never built. After spending $32 million on fire stations elsewhere, mostly on expensive remodels, Boise then said the already approved plan for Pierce Park Lane cost too much, and instead would direct NACFR to move Station 16 north of the river to Gary Lane to serve as the single fire station for the entire area, south to Chinden and north to Hidden Springs. Imagine how the neighborhoods reacted when they realized no new fire station at all was in the plans, just moving in an existing one. This evening, there have been very good signs that Boise may now confront the problem directly and head on. For that, we thank our new mayor and a change of leadership at Boise Fire. But most of all, we thank our neighbor, Erica Schofield, for her relentless sacrifice for this issue. I hope that you, as our elected leaders, also understand how troubling this has been for us as neighborhoods, to realize that even on critical safety issues, we were given theater rather than truth from high-level city staff. I hope in the spirit of our new neighborhood plan, we can put this behind us and move forward together. And Dennis Dunn will talk about our neighborhood plan, which has been great. So thank you.
Thanks, Richard. And is it Dennis Dunn that has his hand raised?
Yes, Madam Mayor, and it looks like Erica has called in.
Okay, great. Since Erica's called in, Erica, I'm going to give you another shot. Are you there? All right.
Okay.
Well,
Are we good? Okay, I've got this is echoing back at me, so this is going to be difficult.
Erica, I'm going to give you one suggestion. Mute your computer now, because for some reason, yeah, you're hearing the volume, but we couldn't hear you. Mute your computer, then you won't echo. We'll be able to hear you on the screen and see your slides.
Okay, so are we good? You can hear me and see the screen.
Yes, and thanks for joining us.
Okay. Never had that happen with the computer with all these sessions we've done, so something new. All right, Erica Schofield, 7363 West Limelight Court, Boise. I'm on the board of the Northwest Neighborhood Association, and I served on the Neighborhood Plan Committee. Throughout the process of developing our neighborhood plan, the issue of lack of infrastructure and equal public services were recurrent topics. We have frequently provided public testimony on these concerns for various development applications, and these concerns have formed a section in our plan called Planning and Design Principles. Tonight I'm going to utilize our time to address these issues for the 16th time over the past 2.5 years in relation to our neighborhood plan and its connection with another item on this application, the proposed Boise Fire Department Master Siting Plan. The Northwest Neighborhood Association submitted 22 pages of written testimony supported by 245 pages of the Boise's public record covering the past 32 years of fire service issues. We realize this is a significant amount of material, but the decision before you requires an understanding of the extensive history in order to make a sound decision. In the 10 minutes I have, I will briefly cover the two primary concerns. The proposed master siting plan does not include Fire Station 13 on Pierce Park Lane, which is the fire station shown in the statutorily required written annexation plan that was used to approve the Northwest Neighborhood annexation in 2015. And two, the Boise Fire Department master siting plan needs to retain Fire Station 13 on Pierce Park Lane, and the city needs to construct this station in order to comply with the law. Otherwise, possible legal challenges may occur. The current comprehensive plan was adopted by resolution in 2011, and it included the Boise Fire Department master siting plan with the station on Pierce Park Lane. It is this version of the master siting plan that has been the governing document utilized in communications, analysis, decisions, and legal actions in the city's record for the past decade, including the calculation, assessment, collection, and expenditure of fire impact fees in accordance with the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act. Therefore, the Pierce Park Lane station is not a proposed or potential future station that can be arbitrarily moved. How did the station location come about? An additional station in the Northwest Planning area had been on the master siting plan since 1994, with site selection beginning in the early 2000s. At that time, the record shows the fire department data had identified 1,900 parcels that were outside of the service standard for fire response, including the Cynthia Mann Elementary School. The first permit hearing was held in 2007 when Mayor McLean was the Planning and Zoning Commissioner, and she acknowledged the gap in fire response coverage for the school and the need to protect these children. The first site was deemed a poor location and was denied a permit. Then in 2010, a conditional use permit. Hold on, I'm having trouble changing slides. There. In 2010, a conditional use permit for the Pierce Park Lane station was approved and the land was immediately purchased in full. You can see on the two graphics here how much coverage area the Pierce Park Lane makes up for all the gaps that aren't covered at this time. This location ensures compliance with the required level of service response standard of 1.5 miles and 4 minutes as set forth in express terms by two ordinances that are adopted by reference into the comprehensive plan as policy PDP 5.1 and in table 3. The comprehensive plan, it's hard to hold three things here. It's important for the record to show and the public to understand that many of the policies in Blueprint Boise are more than just aspirational, as we are often told. They are backed by ordinance and have been for decades. I was able to find the 1997 screenshot for the website stating this, even up to a current presentation this past June. Ordinance 5517 is the Boise Fire Department's master siting plan. It was enacted in 1994 to set forth the declared system of emergency response with a distance of 1.5 miles. This ordinance is the outcome of the 1988 annexation of the Quail Ridge subdivision, where an exception to the fire standard was made based on a 5-year plan to secure the necessary fire station. In 1990, the record for the second annexation includes a memorandum from the Boise Fire Department showing 2 fire station options to bring fire response service closer to the foothills, with a station on Pierce Park Lane being the furthest option to the west. Ordinance 4316 is the Boise Development Impact Fee Ordinance, which sets forth the 4-minute portion of the response time. And it's for the collection of fire impact fees. Defining a level of service is a requirement of the Idaho Development Impact Fee Act and must be quantifiable and specific, as this sets the amount of benefit for payment of impact fees. This also makes for a statutorily binding standard per Idaho law. Therefore, unlike many other elements in the comprehensive plan, the level of service standard for fire response is not discretionary. And by collecting a fire impact fee based on this standard, if the obligated level of service standard is not implemented by siting fire stations to achieve this, this would mean the builder pays and the end user absorbs a statutorily based fee without receiving the standard of protection paid for by the fee. In addition, the reason Table 3 in Blueprint Boise specifically says the level of service standards are required concurrent with a permit is because Idaho's annexation law mandates that all ordinances are to apply upon annexation. As of today, 32 years have passed with promises of fire stations in order to meet the required criteria to approve developments, and 26 years with an ordinance to ensure fire protection is addressed in land use law and provided fairly. but the fire stations have only existed on paper. As the years pass and the members of the commission and the council turn over, no one checks back to confirm the station was built. Then the master siting plan is updated and the station gets shifted further and further to the west. The map with the Pierce Park Lane station is the fourth version of the master siting plan that has been adopted since the annexation of Quail Ridge and Ordinance 5517, which followed. A fifth version of this map that shifts the station outside of the requirement of the Quail Ridge annexation land will also impact the 2015 approval for 96 homes in Pierce Gulch. This would make a mockery of the laws and a sham of the legal process for land use decisions while demonstrating utter disregard for the highest of public interest, safety. Furthermore, approving a fire station on Gary Lane would be complicit with the falsehoods espoused by the former fire chief, who is the one that created the plan with the Gary Lane station. This plan was not created in compliance with Ordinance 5517 and 4316, as the former fire chief enabled a belief system that the level of service standard was only a guideline. This is plainly documented in the public record from the summer of 2019, when the council was reviewing fire for the annual budget and the prominence application. The former fire chief is on record stating that 4 minutes is a guideline, and a month later tells the city council that no laws exist for governing level of service. Yet Ordinance 5517 and 4316 clearly show otherwise. It is important for the record to reflect that the deputy fire chief, who was interim, Chief Gervais, had not been involved in the creation of that master siting plan with Gary Lane that was heard before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And it's also important for the record to reflect that the ESCI consulting firm, which has now drafted the standards of cover for Boise Fire, was not provided with the 2 ordinances that govern the required level of service. I am the one who provided those documents to ESCI, as I was an interview participant for the similar study being completed for the Naxos Fire District. There is a body of evidence in the city records that show a Gary Lane fire station will not be in compliance with the required level of service standards due to the large gaps in response coverage on the east and west side. The deputy fire chief who presented the public testimony for the approval of Pierce Park Lane made this clear, especially in the typeface in red on the screen right now. In addition, a station no further west than Pierce Park Lane has been on the capital project list and financial documents since 2001, including approval of the mayor's urgent service needs in 2006, when the funding for this new station was labeled as Station 9. Pay attention to the criteria shown on the slide for urgent service needs. It actually means something. Finally, in closing, for decisions that involve the highest of public interest, that of preventing the loss of life and the destruction of property, there is no room for discussion. Adhering to the letter of the law is crucial, as ordinances are applicable to all people and property upon annexation per Idaho Code, and laws are to be enforced fairly as provided by the right to equal protection of the laws per the Constitution. Each of you have a tremendous responsibility to protect your fellow citizens and businesses from undue harm based on sound reason and practical applications of the principles of law. If you make a decision to support an amendment to the master siting plan that relocates the approved fire station from Pierce Park Lane to another site, you are essentially telling the people that some people, property, and businesses deserve to be less safe than others, and that not complying with municipal law, Idaho Code, and constitutional law is okay. I do not have time to cover our written testimony that we submitted regarding the actual criteria for a plan amendment, so I will end with this slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Any questions for Erica?
Mayor.
Go ahead.
Madam Mayor, thank you, Erica, and thanks for enduring through the technical issues so that you could provide your testimony. I understand that you have pretty strong feelings about where we site the fire station in the future. Are you still open to and willing to work with our new chief on making sure that we have something appropriately cited, or are you pretty adamant that it just needs to be in a certain location?
Well, I'm adamant about following the law, but I also am willing and interested in working with the new chief, especially if we had more of a cooperative and agreeable relationship with our NACFR and Eagle Fire District and so forth. I wasn't confident we had that in the past, and it sounds to me like we are moving in that direction.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's my understanding that part of the reason why the mayor had so much confidence in Chief Niemeyer was because of his relationships and because of his ability to work collaboratively with others. So I hope that you find that helpful for Northwest Boise as well. And I'm glad that you're open to having that conversation and helping us make a really good decision that will serve Northwest into the future. So thank you so much.
Welcome.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to make sure I was clear of your ask tonight, and I apologize for not being clear after your presentation. Are you asking us tonight to not approve the amendment until Pierce Park is listed as the permanent site?
I don't want to say anything that puts me in a position where I've said something that I didn't understand either. But where we stand now, this master siting plan is basically completely ignoring the whole history of a Pierce Park Lane fire station that was approved in 2010 and was used for land use approvals for the past decade. So this plan that's in front of you that's different than what planning and zoning saw in terms of having this sort of, I don't recall how Chief Gervais, a ghosted area, he said, on Gary Lane. I'm not really sure how to say, I don't want to say yes, because I don't necessarily agree with just obliviating all of the history that goes with the Pierce Park Lane station.
Madam Mayor, maybe I can just rephrase that question.
Sure, of course.
Are you asking us to not approve these amendments tonight? Or are you asking that your statements be on record so that when we move forward, that it's on record that you want that site to remain the same?
I'm thinking about that.
I guess what I'm wondering is, at the end of, like, if I was to vote right now, I'm trying to figure out exactly how you would like me to vote. I'm trying to figure out what your ask is of us as council members tonight.
Well, I mean, it's pretty clear that if you vote for the map with the master siting plan that doesn't have Pierce Park Lane Station on it, you're basically ignoring all of the city's history. If you don't vote for that map, I'm not sure what you're voting for. Not for the map?
Sure. I guess my understanding maybe is that we're voting to approve some of the changes and to not necessarily take Pierce Park off the table, but to not have that defined. And I can understand how that might be frustrating. Again, I'm just trying to kind of see from I can understand from your perspective, but trying to understand what you're looking for a vote. One thing I do want to make sure that I do bring up is I do want to congratulate you, and Richard already spoke earlier about getting your neighborhood plan in. I think that is a huge accomplishment. And I also wanted to congratulate you on the activity center there on State Street and Horseshoe Bend Road. The sneaker station there was my first bicycle commute from my house to and from the sneaker station, usually to go buy candy or baseball cards. And so that's also my first activity center. So I thought I would relay that to you and say thank you for pushing for that area. I think it's a good one.
That's cute to think about. Of course, we all went to the store to get candy. I'll just comment really quickly, Jimmy, Councilor Halliburton, that if there's a way, just like with developments where there's conditions and additional wording placed in something that is approved, I would prefer that something address the Pierce Park Lane Station so that it doesn't in one fell swoop just disappear.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. It looks like there's nothing further, Erica. Thanks for joining us.
Yes.
I think it's Dennis. Is it Dennis Dunn who's the next person up? Oh, but Erica, I had you listed as speaking as a resident too, and typically I would want there to be more separation. But if you're still on right now, given that you're calling in from elsewhere, you can go ahead and then you can jump off.
That would be great. I think that'd be wise in case technical difficulties. Erica Schofield, 7363 West Limelight Court, Boise. I simply want to express my appreciation for all that Interim Chief Gervais had done regarding this issue of fire protection, and especially under the situation over this last year with the extra responsibility that he took on in that role with this health situation. So thank you, Chief Gervais. I also wish to thank Kathleen Lacey for her guidance and abundance of patience with our neighborhood plan. If she's watching, I thank you, and I hope your retirement has been wonderful so far. And I also thank the planning staff members, Deanna, Nicolette, Tom, and Wayne, who have assisted with our neighborhood plan. And finally, Mayor McLean, when you started the meeting this evening, I thank you for the decision you made. You're aware that that means a lot to me right now because of what I found out just shortly before this meeting regarding my father's health. And he doesn't have COVID, but because other people are sick, he can't get the care he needs in the hospital in a timely manner because the staff is sick. And so this is really an urgent issue, and I hope more people can just finally realize, even if you don't have COVID, and even if the loved one you are worried about doesn't have COVID, they're not getting the care they need. So thank you for what you did tonight. That's all.
Thank you, Erica. Please know you and your dad in particular in my thoughts. And I'm glad that you were able to join us.
Thanks.
And have a good night. And now I think, I know I've called on you 3 times now. Is it Dennis? I'm sorry.
It is.
Yeah, hi there. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, it's not letting my, there we go. Okay, and let me get, and I never like to follow Erica for all kinds of reasons. Just such an honor to be on a team with her. So can everyone hear me, and can everyone see the
Nope. We can't see your screen, Dennis, but we can hear you.
Okay, so how do I need to get the share then. Oh, and why aren't you? I was all set to go. Merry Christmas. Let me, I have lost my icon for the webinar, and I was never given the opportunity to share my screen either. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, let me just, I just imagine some lovely slides. Also before I begin, Mayor McLean, I would add my thanks for the decision that you made and this evening, and these are certainly challenging times for us all. I'm here to talk about the neighborhood plan, and it seems to me like I'm just a little bit out of sequence, but so here goes my 3 minutes. So Dennis Dunn, 8940 North Duncan Lane, Boise, proud board member of the Northwest Neighborhood Association. I'd first like to begin with thanking every one of you this evening who serves on City Council. This is our home. We are grateful to those who make the commitment to serve our city in an effort to both maintain what makes Boise a special place to live and hopefully improve the quality of life for all moving forward. No doubt the previous comment is easy to say and challenging to accomplish with so much pressure being experienced as growth and managing our growth is a critical topic for all of us, not to mention navigating COVID. That said, it is our sincere belief that we can and must do more than accept that things will change and we are merely bystanders in the process. It is our individual and collective responsibilities to commit ourselves to making life for all citizens better moving forward. As our association name implies, we are on the extreme northwest corner of Boise, with much of our neighborhood being recently annexed in 2014 and 15. Our boundaries are Old Hill Road to the north, State Street to the south. Our east border is Gary Lane, and the west border, Old Horseshoe Bend Road. The journey of our neighborhood plan began with the reestablishment of our neighborhood association with the help and support of city staff, notably Kathleen Lacey, Nicolette Womack, and Leon Letson at the end of the 2017 calendar year. It became clear to all of us involved that with the pressure on the Northwest neighborhood due to the simple fact that undeveloped land exists within our neighborhood boundaries, that producing a neighborhood plan was an essential task for our neighborhood association. We received a grant from the city to produce a neighborhood plan. Our first meeting was held in November of 2018. As a result of thousands, and boy, I mean thousands of volunteer hours, various meetings, community events, and tireless work by all those involved, the plan was produced and adopted by the Neighborhood Association on February 2nd, 2020. You have before you a 119-page document that reflects the hopes and aspirations of our neighborhood. We are grateful to the city for the opportunity to work with city staff throughout the process of producing the document. There were often times when significant differences of opinion occurred and the selection of a worded phrase might take more than an hour. At times, the neighborhood and the city staff had to agree to disagree. Although differences of opinion existed, there is substantial respect for city staff for the way they work to truly partner with us. There's a slide that you can't see that shows the planning committee members from both the neighborhood and the city. All members listed contributed significantly, however, from the neighborhood. Erica Schofield and Richard Llewellyn went above and beyond the call of duty. From the city, Deanna Dupuis joined the effort after it started and made significant contributions in bringing the document together. Special recognition is due to Karen Bubb, who was not a formal member of the committee, but who agreed to facilitate our process after a bit of a logjam occurred. Finally, a special thank you to Kathleen Lacey. Her skill, knowledge, and gift with people helped keep the process moving forward. We consider ourselves fortunate to be one of the last groups she helped navigate through the neighborhood plan process. Again, thank you all for your support in this effort, and truly, sincerely, thank you for your work and commitment to our city. And if there's any questions on behalf of the neighborhood, I would be happy to entertain them, although I can't see anybody. Hello?
Oh, sorry, Dennis, my mic wasn't on. It doesn't look as if there are any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks for joining us tonight. Oh, wait, Elaine unmuted herself. Council President, excuse me. Did you have something?
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Dennis. As with Nicole, I know that you guys put a lot of work into this, and I know the kind of care that you and attention you gave it. So thank you.
Well, thank you. And it was truly a collective effort, and the city staff really did a great job as well. So, and thank you. Appreciate the comment.
Thank you so much. Are there others here?
I don't see anyone else online.
All right. Well, then with that, before we close the public hearing, are there other questions of staff? Doesn't look like it. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I move that we approve CPA 20-1, Boise City Planning and Development Services Comprehensive Plan Amendment for minor updates, including text and map amendments, in order to adopt new plans by reference and retired outdated plans.
Second.
We have a motion, a second discussion.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just want to thank all of the neighborhood associations, and particularly Northwest and West Downtown, for all of the really great work. It's incredibly helpful to the city to have these neighborhood plans in place and to know that there was such robust public involvement in their creation. And I know it takes just gobs of volunteer time and so much dedication, and you probably had dinners away from your families more than you would like to have done, but it's appreciated and it does make a lasting impact on what our city looks like. So thank you so much for that. And this was the first that I learned that Kathleen Lacey retired. So if Kathleen is listening at all, congratulations on your retirement, Kathleen. I've enjoyed working with you so much, both as a citizen and as a member of City Council, and you'll be hugely missed. So thanks for letting me make that comment.
Of course.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So first, a question of Council President Pro Tem Woodings. In that motion, would you include asking staff to return language that would clarify that the technical documents that get regularly updated, that we'll consider the latest of those?
Yes, Council President, I am open to that amendment. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that. With that, I would say I'm going to support this. Obviously, we need to bring the various plans up to date in this document. It has been a while, as Tom pointed out, since it was approved. Furthermore, I think with the fire station, it is imperative that we take the time to make sure that we have the right location. I'm supportive of the amendment that rather than delineating an exact location, provides an opportunity for a new fire chief to find one that we believe will work by working with the neighborhood and with the city staff and city council.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Yes, go ahead.
I would just like to reiterate the congratulations to these neighborhood associations. I know that it's a lot of work that goes into it, and we've got two, I think, that are probably of our more engaged neighborhood associations. I was at the West Downtown when they were talking about the award that they received, and it was certainly well-deserved. I wasn't on council when they did that significant outreach that they were awarded for, but I was certainly well aware of it. And just this last week, I was at Liberty Park Neighborhood Association, and they're just beginning their journey for creating a neighborhood plan. And there's real excitement there. And Deanna from our Energized team was there to guide them through what that process looked like. And it was the first time that I really had the opportunity to see a timeline of the process that everybody goes through. And it's significant, and it's certainly something to be celebrated. I also want to thank our city staff for helping these neighborhood associations go through that process so that we make sure that all their voices are heard and guided in a way. And I'll echo what Councilmember Clegg said as well. I think that it is important that we get this fire station location right. I can certainly understand the frustrations from our Northwest Neighborhood Association, and I have faith that in our chief and his desire to be a good neighbor to our sistering organizations and making sure that we're doing things in a very comprehensive and smart way with potential partnerships, even with our police department as well. So it is on my radar. It is something that I'm watching, and it's something that I'm confident that we'll find a solution to.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, congratulations to both neighborhood associations for completing their plans. Would like to highlight the work of the Northwest Neighborhood Association, which is very consistently involved in protecting their neighborhood and advocating for their neighbors. I would like to point out the work of our staff. Tom Laws, you have been instrumental, along with Dr. Wayne Rasavi, in really leading the effort for our local complete count of Census 2020. And as we know, that is one of the resources that we look to make these decisions about where new facilities are built in our city. And I would, if it's possible, just like to acknowledge the fact that the work of our city has been acknowledged by Compass. Tom and Wayne recently received an award on behalf of our city for their work on our 2020 census education outreach effort. They were awarded the Leadership in Government, excuse me, I gotta get this right, it's a long award. Leadership in Motion Award for the Leadership in Government Ada County category. And that was for the really great work they did in outreach for our Census 2020 local complete count. You know, we have to factor so many different data points to figure out how do we make these decisions about where we place needed facilities like fire stations. And so those two efforts are connected. And so having Tom and Wayne do such great work in that regard affects the work that's going to be done in the coming years in terms of where we place our fire stations. So I just want to highlight their work. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I know we have a very long hearing after this, but I wanted to briefly say that, you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't know how much insane amount of work went into these neighborhood plans and these other efforts, and bringing it all together now is a very important move. I want to also congratulate the neighborhood associations for your dedication and your loyalty to your neighborhoods and how much you're doing to see them improve and be even better than they are today. Also, like the other council members, want to recognize the importance of getting that fire station right out there in Northwest. Very much in support of your efforts and your long dedication to ensuring that void is filled. I know our new chief is ready to roll up his sleeves with that and many other challenges, and I'll be right there supporting him to ensure that we get it right and get you the fire station that you need and deserve. Thank you.
Well, thanks all. With that, I will call the question. You go ahead and take a roll.
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, we're going to take a quick break. I say quick, 5 minutes. And then we'll be back. I know there are a lot of you on the line, but we've been going at this for 2 hours so that we're fresh for the next hearing. We'll be back shortly. Thanks all. Thank you.
Thank you.
counter, but I came in, I think around 4:30, and everything was locked up. It was just like, it's just sad.
Well, yeah, well, it is.
It's just sad.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. If I could just get a visual or an audio on, okay, there's Elaine. How about Lisa? Great. All right, we're all back. We'll go ahead and get started with our next hearing. It was the CUP for Franklin Hospitality Group at 1502 West Franklin Street. Those of you probably heard me earlier. You see, welcome everybody on Zoom. The room is empty, but I'm sure the Zoom room is relatively full. I have a list of people. We'll start with Cody as staff presenter, and then the applicant, Jen Burry and Gavin O'Neill, welcome, and represented by Ann Kunkel. So you'll have your time. And then it looks as though Nina is not speaking, but if that changes, please, Nina, raise your Zoom hand and we'll call on you next. And then I have a list of individuals that signed up in advance. So I'll go through this list. And then if I haven't called you by the end, then raise your little Zoom hand and we'll work through whoever is left from there. All right. And with that, I welcome all of you. Thanks for joining by Zoom. Really appreciate that you did it this way. It's much more responsible and safe from a health perspective. It's weird to be in an empty room, minus the couple of us that have to be here to do business while we still have to have hybrid meetings rather than all virtual meetings. But I do really appreciate that all of you have taken the option to dial in virtually. And Cody, welcome.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Can you all see my screen, the PowerPoint okay? Okay.
Yes.
So the item before us is a request for a special exception for a very unique combination of uses that aren't really defined specifically by our development code. The project includes elements of a tavern, perhaps an event center with live music, along with a previously approved bed and breakfast. All of these occur in an existing building and in the yard of a site located at 1502 West Franklin Street in an R3 or multifamily residential zone. The commission, as you saw on the record, did hear this item on October 12th. As you'll see in the record, there actually was, and you'll probably hear this evening, a mix of opposition and support for the request. After an extensive hearing, the Planning Commission did recommend denial of the application. The applicant for a little background, the applicant actually received approval to operate a bed and breakfast earlier this year. And after that began serving beer, having live music, and the occasional food truck. Not just for the guests, but for the general public. Those activities did result in some code enforcement activity because that sort of operation is actually prohibited in a residential zone. I would note that the original application also did include a parking reduction. The applicant has since obtained a shared parking agreement that would comply with Boise City Code. If council elects to approve this application this evening, a condition of that approval should be that that agreement be executed and maintained for the duration of the use. Again, I think you'll hear both support and opposition to this request this evening. From a staff perspective, we did struggle with our recommendation. There's a lot to like about the proposed use. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, in our recommendation, there were two approval criteria that we did struggle with. First, that the use would have an equal or lesser impact on the neighborhood than an allowed use. And then second, that proposed zoning isn't available in the general neighborhood. As it relates to impact, many of the activities, as you saw in the record, occur outside. With that, it was hard for us to conclude that this would have a similar impact to other uses that would reasonably be anticipated in a residential zone. And given the zoning prevalence of existing homes, I think it's a reasonable expectations that the residents in the area would expect a somewhat quieter atmosphere. As it relates to zoning or the availability of appropriate zoning, you actually do have commercial zoning in the immediate area, specifically about a block away along that State Street corridor. And to be fair, there are, though, some unique circumstances here. There are a number of non-residential uses in the immediate area, also located in the residential zone. We're predominantly, though, talking offices. In terms of impact, generally do close when folks are home enjoying the quiet of their residence at the end of the day. Now, throughout the process, the applicant actually has proposed a series or suggested a series of concessions. They believe the project could be conditioned to mitigate impacts and address some of the concerns of the neighbors. They'll speak to this, I think, in quite a bit of detail, but in general, they suggested things like capping occupancy and limiting hours of operation and perhaps restricting some of the use of food trucks. We acknowledge that with conditions, it's probably fair to meet or accurate that we could meet almost all of the approval criteria. The site is designated mixed use and on the land use map, and there are policies supporting this sort of activity in a mixed use area. It would certainly add to the vibrancy, or has added to the vibrancy of the neighborhood, perhaps too much. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, the property is zoned residential, is surrounded by residential zoning and significant number of residential uses. So it's for those reasons that the Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend denial of the application to council. Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Cody, perfect. Can you go back to that slide that has the 6 exceptions on it, the rules? There we go. So Cody, I was looking through the transcripts from the planning and zoning meeting, and I was trying to understand the interpretation on number 2, because it seemed like it was maybe mentioned. I don't know if maybe it was mentioned in their kind of concluding statements that had to do in code for density only. Did I read that correctly?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, not necessarily residential density. It's more the intensity of the use. I mean, in terms of allowed uses in this zone or conditionally allowed uses, you might anticipate something, like a church or perhaps an office use. And so really there's a lot of room for interpretation here. Obviously with something like a church, school, daycare, you are going to have some noise, some activity that's certainly beyond that you'd expect with a single family residential zone. So that's really what it's speaking to.
Madam Mayor, just a couple follow-up questions. So again, with that, there's a certain amount of other allowed uses that could be, and I think a daycare, I think maybe like a swimming pool instructor or like swim lessons or something like that. There are a few other things. I'm wondering, when you talk about the reduced impact, is it an equal or reduced impact of what it currently is at this moment, or what it could be under any of those different allowed uses? So like, are we comparing it to the multifamily unit house or the bed and breakfast that it is now, or are we comparing it to what the traffic it could potentially see as a daycare or some of those other allowed uses?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I believe it's really the latter. What could potentially be located on this site, given the zoning. So the level of noise and activity you might anticipate with some of those uses.
So if you were looking at it from like a traffic perspective, or the amount of people that were there, you might be able to interpret it as saying that, yes, maybe there's 50 people who drive by a day to pick up their kids from a daycare the same way that we would from somebody going to the bar. It might be able to be interpreted that way.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, yes, I think that's a fair summary.
Yep. And then just one final question, Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
When we look at these special exceptions, are we really looking at it to meet all 6, or is it common that sometimes these are granted if it only meets 4 of the 6 or 5 of the 6?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, it would need to meet all of the findings, all of the approval criteria.
Thanks so much, Cody.
Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Cody, one thing that wasn't super clear to me in reading the record was, does a special exception stay with the property, or is that special exception particular to the current owner of the property? Did that question make sense?
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I just wanted to make sure that I made sense.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Whittings, that was our first awkward pause, I think, tonight with the technology. Now we just need a puppy dog or something, and we're all set. Know that as with other entitlements, that if approved, it would run with the land, and any subsequent owner or operator would be subject to those same conditions of approval unless the permit was modified.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, looks like you can go ahead, Cody. Unless you've wrapped.
Oh, Madam Mayor, my presentation was complete.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that we were on the last slide. Okay. Oh, no, because we went up to a higher slide. Yeah, sorry. All right, with that, I'm going to have, I'm not sure, Anne, are you speaking on behalf of your clients, or do we have?
I'm actually, Madam Mayor, this is Ann Kunkel. I'm actually here with my clients.
Oh, great.
They put together a presentation, so I'm going to provide some commentary with the slides that they have put together. Can everyone see the screen? I'm getting a thumbs up. Can you hear me? Also getting a thumbs up. Okay, at least one person can see the screen and can hear me. Madam Mayor, excuse me, President Clegg, Council President Pro Tem Whittings, and the remaining council members, thank you so much for your time this evening. We will try to make this as brief as possible. As has been stated, there is very sufficient written record. There's been a lot of testimony. I suspect that we will have quite a bit of testimony this evening as well. So we would like to hit on the points that both Cody recognized and were raised at the previous planning and zoning meeting. Just a quick background for you guys, which I think you know, and why we think the Franklin House is should be granted a special exception permit, is that the Franklin House is unique to Boise in its idea, its space, and how it's being used. Instead of just being a regular bed and breakfast, we have two ancillary uses, which arguably could be called a tavern and our social event centers. This model, though, is really based on something that hasn't been seen in Boise before. It's based more on the European model of travel and lodging, allowing for community interaction with guests from out of town to see what our community has to provide. You will not find those types of things in other parts of Boise, at least to our knowledge. Just a quick slide. This is our neighborhood. Again, I know you've seen it, and we have an overlay of what the mix in our neighborhood looks like. The support our residences, either single family member residences or multifamily member residences. And then you can see where the businesses are located in connection with our location marked as FH. Before we get to the two conditions that Cody raised, which we agree are probably the two that deserve the most consideration this evening, we did want to give you a complete list of conditions that, working with the neighborhood, hearing their concerns, hearing staff's concerns, and then hearing planning and zoning's concerns when we were in front of them, of conditions that may impact or may reduce our impact or equal our impact for our proposed use, is what we're presenting to you now. And so you can see several of these conditions that we have put on here will limit time, place, and use. They will limit the number of people who will be allowed at any time. We're limiting what, even though this is a commercial organization or operation, that the outdoor speakers will be residential, that lighting will be residential, so that it will look like a residence and it will act like a residence subject to these conditions. Some additional conditions that my clients have informed me of is that they are installing an ADA compliant suite for reservations, a parking spot on site, and an ADA ramp. And also something that I truly believe is unique to this project, and I realize you can only have one unique, is that we have someone who is Mr. O'Neill, who lives in the home permanently, is the host to all of our guests, and oversees these restrictions on a day-to-day basis to make sure that they're enforced. And then in order to give some sort of security to our neighbors who are very engaged, we would be more than happy to have yearly check-ins, annual check-ins. I know that those types of compliance checks have been conditions and other approved conditional use permits and special use exceptions. So this is kind of our list of what we think can mitigate staff's, planning and zoning, and the neighbors' concerns. Of course, we are open to any other condition that council would think would be appropriate to shore up the 6 criteria that must be found for the special exception approval. Just a quick timeline, because I know it has been raised before, and I just want the council to be aware of it, kind of a background. There has been some discussions in the past that my clients were openly and knowingly and flagrantly operating a bar not in compliance with the law. This is just a quick timeline. We had a code compliance check in November of 2019 when we were doing exactly what we were doing through the year. No code compliance violation was found. You can kind of see our timeline of building the business. In June of 2020, we received a notice of violation, was told to apply for the special exception permit, was informed through staff that while the special exception permit process was working, we could continue to operate. So we relied on that. And then at the end of July, we were issued another citation saying that we couldn't be open, which immediately at that time, with that understanding, we did cease those operations. So I think in this criteria, we can actually even take off 1, because it sounds like from Mr. Riddle's presentation and what we've looked at, this unique use of a primary use bed and breakfast with a beer garden, social center in the back is something that the code didn't anticipate. So then we're looking at, can we conduct our use in such a way that it will produce an equal or reduced impact? And then the second criteria of zoning not being available in the area. With respect to the equal and reduced impact, we believe that the conditions that we have offered and any conditions that the city would be willing to consider will reduce that impact. Several other uses that are allowed in the zone, recycling centers, child cares, fraternity and sorority houses, halfway homes, social halls, and urban farms can operate either with no conditions at all as an allowed use or through the more general CUP process. By creating conditions that we have proposed that makes our business run like a residence should reduce or result in an equal impact of our use. And it should be pointed out that it's also in our best interest and what we want for best of the neighborhood that our bed and breakfast will be operated more as a residence for a place for people to gather. And without these conditions in place, if this was just a single family home or a multifamily complex, there really wouldn't be a lot of enforcement for the city or the neighbors through this type of permitting process to have us act in a residential manner with a slightly commercial use. So we feel like this is actually giving the neighborhood more control on how we're using it. And also it should be said that we want this to run like a residence and feel like a home for our guests and our primary business of the bed and breakfast. And then that brings us to the zoning for the proposed use not allowed. While it is true that PC zoning is in the relatively close area, what we have found is there's no suitable properties in that zone that would allow for us for our primary use as a bed and breakfast. There's approximately 4 residences in that area, none of which are of substantial size or location to again allow for our bed and breakfast use. I would also point out in that zone, while our bed and breakfast is an approved use in our current zone, we would actually have to go through the conditional use permit process to operate a bed and breakfast in the PC zone. We have found in other granted special exceptions that a lack of suitable properties in an appropriate zone supported a finding of a special exception approval because we simply could not move what we have here into that zone for lack of infrastructure and ability to operate our business. And lastly, we've just shown a slide of where other businesses have worked with staff, have worked with planning and zoning, and have worked with the council and have been able to receive a special exception permit. I think Bear Island is closest to us when looking at them, but as you can see, this is a successful process, one that can work for the neighborhood and protect everyone's interest. And then with our remaining time, Jen and Gavin, or Jen, would like to give you guys a more human view of who the Franklin House is.
Yeah, good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name's Jennifer Berry. I'm at 1502 West Franklin Street. As you've seen from Ann's part of the presentation, there is rationale for each of the 6 special exception criterias. In 2018, before we bought our B&B, we had several meetings with P&Z, and both Gavin, I, and the P&Z staff did not understand this would require a special exception because the accessory use of the backyard is rather unique. It's probably the exact same reason why last November, code compliance cleared us of all code violations and communicated that the zoning was correct for conducting our business operations, plus sales and service of alcohol and live events in a residentially zoned district. We believe that with the conditions we propose and a neighborhood check-in, we will be able to operate a small business that benefits the community and travelers, shows off the best of Boise, which is its people, and gives this urban neighborhood back its unique gathering space. Franklin House and its accessory uses increases the vibrancy of the neighborhood and Boise, while its location on the 15th Street corridor makes it walkable, bikeable, and bus friendly. This is the type of growth Blueprint Boise says it wants. We're hoping you will partner with us to help our small business continue to succeed and provide our neighborhood and Boise something it needs. From both Gavin and myself, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you. That was a very well-timed presentation.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
point of order. Could we have the previous speaker state her name and address for the record?
The first speaker?
Yes, please.
Sure. Ann Kunkel.
Yes, it's Ann Kunkel, Kunkel, 1718 North 15th Street, Boise 83702.
Thank you, Ann. Are there questions for the applicant?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know if these questions will be appropriate now or later, but I'm going to ask at least one of them now. When you were operating this, before you learned that it wasn't code compliant, what was the biggest crowd you had?
Around 50 people.
Around 50 people.
It's definitely not the typical crowd, but that would be the absolute highest.
Okay. And what was the latest at night that you had music?
We actually discontinued all music in 2019. So in 2020, zero music.
Okay.
It's
Before
live,
that.
I'm sorry, live music. We have small backyard speakers. They turn off at 10 p.m.
10 p.m. Okay. And then finally, when you were operating it earlier, what kind of power did the food trucks use?
So that's a great question. We had a few different food trucks, and what we learned we preferred was electrical power or low level noise generators. There's a big difference in generators out there, and we found out that those really loud ones are not acceptable for our neighborhood. So I think they're called little Hondas, but the little quiet ones, but really we prefer electric, and we do provide the electric hookup.
And if, depending on what happens tonight, it is possible, if I'm reading the record correctly, for you to provide a full electric hookup if you do had food trucks rather than allowing them to use generators.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Go ahead.
This may be a question that the applicant has done some research on, or maybe staff. One of the things that was listed was a social hall. I know that tavern we have defined. I know that beer garden we don't have defined. Do we have a social hall defined, or have you looked into that?
I don't know if Corey wants to speak to this. This is Ann Kunkel again. Yes, the social event center is actually under the less strenuous CUP process that can stop at planning and zoning. Because we had a more expansive use request that fell under the special exception process, it all got lumped into one process with needing to satisfy the larger criteria for the broadly defined tavern that would then also, if approved, include the social event center.
And I guess a follow-up, and maybe this is for Cody now. Does that mean that as an event center that was allowing 50 plus people there, it would fall into an acceptable criteria, but it's the alcohol and the bar part that doesn't fall into the criteria? Question.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, I think that's a good way to look at it. Honestly, that the use here is so unique. It's one of those that doesn't fit perfectly any of the definitions. There are elements of a tavern or brew pub. That's not really what the only use of the property is. Social event center, I don't have the definition in front of me, but it talks about, your birthdays, weddings, things like that. Perhaps with the gatherings, there are components of that. So with any use that's undefined, we're required to make a determination. And from our perspective, the combination of uses certainly exceeded any of those that were very specifically defined in the code for this zone. Thus the special exception.
All right, thank you.
Others? All right. Well, thank you. We will now, I want to check before moving into members of the public. Is the North End Neighborhood Association being represented by somebody this evening?
Madam Mayor, I do have two people with their hands raised. I don't know if they are part of NINA. It's Harry Borchering and Kelly Olson.
All right. Well, why don't we, or do they have texting capability or no?
I don't believe so.
I think Kelly told me that she was here as a resident, and I'm not sure about the other. Well, why don't we ask them? Who is it? Kelly Olson. Kelly, if you have your hands up right now, your little Zoom hands, will you please lower them if you are not representing NINA as an official representative?
Madam Mayor, they both lowered their hands.
Okay, great. Thank you all very much. That means, so NINA does not have an official representative. So where I'm going, and this is where the part of the evening where I go into the list of people that signed up in advance. And then it looks like, I see that Kelly, I heard you had your hand raised. I see you're not on here. We will call you at the end, as well as likely the other person. But first we're gonna start with Dee Southard and Barney Southard. And then up next will be Tom Anderson and Becky Anderson.
Madam Mayor, I don't see Dee or Barney Southard are on the online.
Okay. And how about Tom or Becky?
Yes.
Okay, let's go with Tom and then Becky. And then up after that will be Doug Cole and Carlos Cotto.
Hi, this is Tom Anderson. Dee and Barney did not have their own computer to use, so they are using the one that's logged in as Becky Anderson, and they're ready to go now, okay?
Okay, sure, great, thanks.
Thanks.
Go ahead, Dee and Barney.
Where are we?
You're right there.
Oh, okay. Hi, my name is Dee Southard. My husband and I live at 1308 West Franklin, which is about a block and a half from Franklin House. We have lived here for 34 years, which gives me a good knowledge of the evolution of this near North End neighborhood. Our zoning has been housing, light office, and apartments. When we first moved here, the neighborhood consisted of many retirees, houses that have been converted to apartments, many of which have been allowed to deteriorate, and office conversions. The speculation of the city council at that time was that this neighborhood would evolve into more office space. We were hoping not, and are happy to report that has not been the case. More and more families have moved here in order to raise their children near 3 schools and recreation. We now have 4 families on our block raising children, and there are more families in the blocks east and west of us and also north and south. There are people buying the rentals and restoring them. The house in the 1400 block sat empty for years and now is being restored by a family to live in. This is exactly what we hope for our neighborhood, and we would like to see it continue this way. A tavern in the middle of a family neighborhood does not fit no matter how good the concept. This is the reason for zoning laws. People do not want to raise their children next to a tavern. Patrons can become loud and sometimes profane. There's the possibility of impaired driving and inappropriate behavior. I saw a post on Facebook of a ring video of a man in Hyde Park banging on a woman's door for 25 minutes last weekend. They figured he was coming from a bar in Hyde Park, possibly intoxicated, probably disoriented. This is the type of behavior a bar or tavern invites into a neighborhood. This tavern is also close to 2 schools and a church. It's an improper location for this business, and that is why it's not zoned for this. Majority of, we feel as if would be providing a party pad for a lot of people, and then they go back to different neighborhoods and leave us with a mess. A rezone could cause businesses like this to proliferate, and we certainly don't want this in our residential neighborhood. Please deny this request.
Thank you. And next up, Barney. Hello.
Good evening and Merry Christmas. My name is Barney Southard. My wife and I have lived at 1308 West Franklin for 34 years. We live a block away from Franklin House. Franklin House Beer Bar and event area are not zoned for our neighborhood. I don't know how this slipped through. We are former bar owners. In 1993, we started looking for a location to have a big, loud, fun bar and live music 7 nights a week. We would never have considered a location in a neighborhood that was zoned R3. In 1994, we chose the Bouquet, 1010 Main Street, renamed it the Blues Bouquet, and ran a successful live music bar for 11 years. It was a big, loud, and fun and properly zoned business area. 2 of our biggest operating costs were liquor liability insurance and copyright fees to BMI, ASCAP, and CSAC for playing and recording live music. I wonder if Franklin House is up to date on all these fees. We know firsthand about how patrons act when drinking alcohol. They can become all levels of intoxication, from mellow to loud to difficult and profane. There was always litter and trash. There is driving intoxicated. Our north end was designed as a buffer zone over 30 years ago to buffer the north end from State Street and south. It has worked well. It is a good buffer to the big north end neighborhoods. It contains churches, schools, and historical district homes and businesses. Our great granddaughter started 7th grade this year at North Junior High. We don't care for her walking by a beer garden on her way to our house. North Junior High is just 2 blocks from the beer garden location. Lots of student foot and bike traffic on 15th Street after school. This beer garden and event location doesn't fit our neighborhood. Please enforce the R3 regulation with no variance for the neighborhood and remove the beer garden event location at Franklin House. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so now I guess Tom and Becky are at another computer in the house. So we'll move on to Tom and Becky now. Thanks for joining us remotely. Really appreciate it. Stay healthy.
Yep, thank you. Madam Mayor, Council President, members of the council, may I share my screen by just clicking at the bottom, or do I have to authorize me?
Yep, you can do that.
Okay. So I want to show a little video clip. It shows the bar in action. And I might ask you to turn up your volume if you can, because I just took this little video with my iPhone. It doesn't have much of a microphone on it. So if you could turn up your volume, you'll be able to hear some of the action going on here. This is a 1-minute video of the tavern.
Oh, you know what, Tom? We haven't seen your screen yet.
Oh, whoops. Okay, wait a second. I'm sorry. I might have done that wrong. Okay. Okay, so I have to click share there. Okay, sorry.
Now we can see it.
Okay, here you go.
You never know these days, dude.
I heard, oops. Okay, oops. Okay, sorry. I heard the applicant. Can you hear me again?
Yes.
Okay. I heard the applicant talking about this is, or the counsel for the applicant saying that this is just some kind of a residential use and kept emphasizing the residential because after all, of course, this is a residential zone, but it's, that's not a residential use. That's a bar. That's an outside bar with a big screen TV playing sports games, and it operates until 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. One time we were up until 1 o'clock in the morning in our house hearing it from our bedroom window. So it's not a residential use, it's a tavern. And a tavern is defined in the statute to be, I think it's defined as a establishment that serves alcohol for consumption on premises. So I'm not sure why planning is now saying that don't really fit any definitions, because they have a beer and wine license, they serve alcohol, people drink there, it is a tavern. I believe that for the council, I think as Cody Riddle said, for the council to grant a special exception, you would have to find that each of the 6 criteria is satisfied. The Planning and Zoning Commission, if you look at the transcript and what their summary was, they found that not one of the 6 criteria is satisfied. I'll mention just one of them because we're short on time, but the third criterion is that the proposed use is compatible with other land uses in the general neighborhood. An outdoor tavern in a residential neighborhood is not compatible with residential uses. We hear that thing every single night in our backyard where we used to be able to enjoy a quiet evening as a barbecue. Now we have a loud, rowdy bar next door. One of our kids was home from college last summer and told some of our friends that when she's home, she hears drunk people from her bedroom window and she sees drunk people walking down the sidewalk. That's embarrassing to think that we live in a place like that. Living next to a bar is not healthy or enjoyable for our family. And in a residential zone, no one should be subjected to that. Granting this special exception would have the effect of rezoning our neighborhood. We bought our house and we've put hundreds of thousands of dollars into it in reliance upon our R3 zoning, which does not include bars and taverns.
Rezoning, run over a little bit, so I'm just going to ask you to wrap up.
Last sentence. If rezoning is going to be considered, it should be on a citywide or a neighborhood-wide basis, not one property at a time. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And Becky, do you want to go?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. We live in a quiet neighborhood where there's churches and children.
I know that Tom gave your address, but we've just, since
Oh,
you're.
I'm sorry, 1416 West Franklin.
Thank you.
Okay. We live in a very quiet neighborhood zoned residential. There are light office uses that do not have any high impact. We have children in churches and schools. Taverns are expressly prohibited in the code in our neighborhood. That means that when you read the code, you see taverns as an expressly prohibited use. Anyone doing their homework would figure that out. To think that the bar owners did not check zoning before opening a bar in a residential neighborhood is shocking. And they did not disclose the tavern use on their bed and breakfast application. This bar is not an ancillary use critical to this concept of European, community B&B and bar. This is just a residence that is using the backyard for a full-blown commercial bar. It's deceiving to say that it's an ancillary use. It's not. It stands on its own. The name of the bar is The Backyard, and this speaks volumes. It's located in the same size backyard as our teeny backyard, same size. And in this tiny backyard in the north end, you cram 50 people, food trucks, big screen TVs, concerts, musicians, events, people, crowds coming and going, drinking and whooping it up all afternoon into the late night. The noise is boisterous, constant, and the worst of nuisances. It is not the same as the humdrum traffic on 15th Street. It is a noise of people being boisterous and drunk and being an incredible nuisance. Imagine Main Street downtown when you hear the cars go by, and then imagine hearing the bike bar go by, and then imagine your own neighborhood and hearing the bike bar go by constantly by your house. There's absolutely no question that this use fails both criterion number 2, that there must be equal or less impact, and criterion number 5, that there is just a stone's throw away proper zoning. Look at Cloud9, which is a great brewery, which is very successful in the Albertsons parking lot now, or shopping center, sorry. So this use could be anywhere on State Street and be perfectly legal. And there are plenty of houses and residences that could be converted to this use on State Street. There are no conditions which make this acceptable. To say that, the bar would close at 10 o'clock, that leaves the whole entire day and evening for the rest of us to not enjoy our backyards. So imagine you in your backyards coming home after a hard day's work and you pop open a soda, or you have a barbecue with the kids, or garden, or read in your backyard during the whole afternoon and evening. That's what we do. That's what all of our neighbors do. Well, if the bar were open till 10 o'clock, we would not have that at all. This bar use is so incompatible with residential uses that there's no way to bridge the two. It's too far apart, which is why it's specifically exempted from the code. So the fact that this bar is popular, this is a cool concept, that's not one of the criteria. There's 6 strict criteria, and this bar could be located in a legal place like every other bar has to. We checked our zoning and relied on the zoning when we went into this neighborhood, and like all of our neighbors, invested hundreds of thousands of dollars in emotional and mental energy in our homes. The fact that these bar owners did not do their due diligence should not fall on this neighborhood. I urge you to not grant this special exception and to consider yourself in our shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky. And thank you, Tom. Any questions for them before they sign off? Great. Looks like we're good. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Have a good night. And thanks for sharing your computer with your neighbors.
Thank you. We believe in social responsibility too. So we all have masks over here. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, I see Doug is on the screen, and then after that will be Carlos Cotto, and then Tammy Martin and Karina Utes. Hi, Doug. Welcome. Will you give us your name and address?
Hi, my name is Doug Cole, and I live at 1419 North 22nd Street. This past July, I purchased a home at 1507 West Hay Street, which backs onto the alley behind the Franklin House, and I intend to eventually move there. I purchased the house specifically because of the amenities of the backyard beer garden, which was subsequently closed on July 31st. I've attended the backyard dozens of times over the past year while they were open and found it to be refreshing. Finally, a place to gather safely and meet your neighbors outside during the pandemic. Soon I struck up friendships with all the other adjacent neighbors. Roxanne, Alex and Brooklyn, Josh, Priscilla, and Shauna and Ximena. We would meet and socially distance occasionally over a beer or a glass of wine on a hammock swing and meet the visitors from out of town, traveling from Seattle or Portland or San Francisco. I found myself providing tips on where to go and what to do in the area. It was clear to me that the Franklin House and the beer garden brought the neighborhood together and that my new house would benefit from this sense of community in the same way that the Snow Block or Roosevelt Market had brought those neighborhoods together. Jen and Gavin occasionally had a food truck a couple of days a week, and it was right behind my new house, very convenient and offered diversity in food choices. They also had civic meetings there, like the Idaho Conservation League. I even held a small gathering there for my disability charity due to its accessibility ramp and inclusive vibe of the employees. You'll no doubt hear some complaints that the backyard has exhibited loud, obnoxious bar-style behavior. I'm wondering where this is coming from. Why can one neighbor on the next block across busy 15th Street have such a different experience than my own and the 4 other adjacent neighbors who are all on record with their support? There have been no validated bar-related complaints for the backyard from Boise PD or any other city officials. No loitering, no loud music, no public intoxication, no parking problems, no anything after 12 months of operation. I urge the council to listen to the voices of the neighbors who resided in close proximity during the backyard's operation, not the one neighbor with excessive complaints. This neighbor hasn't even made an attempt to visit the backyard or Franklin House and meet with Jen and Gavin or any of the adjacent neighbors before making any of their claims. Please consider supporting the special exception and conditional use permit and give this neighborhood the safe, community-focused facility that has proven so successful this last year. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug. And next up, we have Carlos.
All right, let me see. Oh, I'm trying to start my video, but
Whoops. Yeah,
it's not letting me.
some feedback. So if you've got a computer going and a phone going, then please just mute your computer.
Yeah, I shut the phone up. I was trying to start the video, but it keeps telling me that the host won't allow me. So I'll
Did
do
you
it
have a
that way.
presentation? I mean, we can just hear
Okay.
you by phone. If
Yeah, that's fine.
if
Yeah.
audio, that's okay with you.
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. That's good with you guys. I'm Carlos Scotto. I'm on 1411 West Eastman Street in Boise, obviously. Yeah, I just wanted to testify to I used to like riding my my lawnmower to have a beer at the backyard or some other bars. I'm not anti-beer or anti having a good time, but my concern with this is that the zoning doesn't support a tavern, and I know the applicant calls it a beer garden, but it is a tavern. That's my main concern. I understand that the applicant has made great efforts to try to appease the concerns of the neighbors, and they've tried. They have tried. It's good, but at the same time, this permit will go with the building. So maybe the next owner may not be as good. It might have 50 people continuously. It might be play music until 10 p.m. and so on and so forth. And while I understand that these kind of permits don't create a precedent, in theory, in reality, they do create a precedent. And eventually we're going to have more taverns in residential neighborhoods, or attempts to have taverns in residential neighborhoods. So maybe the city, since you guys are the kingmakers and the lawmakers, you can have your staff write code for a beer garden, something that's a lot more restrictive than a tavern, something that stops at 6 p.m. and it starts at noon and allows 30 people and only acoustic music or whatever other cities do, because other cities do have beer garden. And then the Franklin House can apply under the actual real code, not try to finagle this way into this or that and end up getting nowhere. So that's my testimony. So please consider changing the city code. Hopefully you can do it fast and they can reapply under that. But for now, the current code doesn't support a tavern on the R3, so please deny that. Unfortunately, deny them the coup, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thanks, Carlos. Have a good evening. Do we have Tammy Martin with us?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. My name is Tammy Martin. I'm at 1317 West Hayes Street. I'm about a block and a half away. We have lived in our house for 25 years also. You're going to hear a lot of the same testimony all night, so I will just keep this short. And so what I have to say is the attorney, Ann, made a comment that because this is unique, it should be approved. She also made a statement that because it's unique, there's no other place in the city where this could be approved. I don't think this should be approved because somebody thinks it's unique or because somebody thinks it's a fun place to drink. It's not approved or should be approved because it's a residential area. And I have great concerns over occupancy limits of 50 people when the same time that the Franklin House will be enjoying their customers is the same time that the neighbors will be trying to enjoy our backyards. It's just absolutely, completely inappropriate. It doesn't meet the planning and zoning rules, and therefore, honestly, should just be denied. And the idea that they want to do a one-year neighborhood check-in, there's no point in that. Once the approval has been made, there's no teeth there. If the neighbors have a complaint, it's not going to be closed. So that does not give me any comfort at all. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Tammy. Corinna?
Oh shoot. Hi, my name's Karina Yutz. I live at 1512 N14 Street, Boise, Idaho. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members, for this chance to testify against the special exception permit. You may recognize me from other special exception permits. I am an advocate for residential zoning staying residential. The video we saw, that didn't even have the live music that people would be talking over. I would not ever want to live next door to something like that. And I haven't been out much due to the pandemic, and I do work at home. But the last time I drove by the Franklin house was after the planning and zoning meeting, and it was for sale. So I don't understand. The host lives there until it sells. That I would really like some follow up on that, because it was for sale after the planning and zoning meeting. And I would really like to just break it down to what it actually is without the language. It's a bar in someone's backyard. That's all it is. And it's not allowed. And I hope that you will see the great wisdom of our zoning that allows residential neighborhoods to be places where people can live. Thank you very much for your time, and please do not put a bar in that backyard. Thank you.
Thanks, Corinna. Next up, Kenneth Reed, and then Alan Crimes, Molly O'Leary, and Angeline Devitt.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for that decision with the CDC tonight. That was well earned. But I wanted to speak about, well, I'm the architect of record for this project. I was helping Gavin and Jen with the plans and getting it through Boise City Planning and Zoning and the building department. And their function is a B&B. That's their primary use. And it's not their primary use to be considered as a tavern. And I think the word tavern is being used inappropriately here. I think Cody can give you actually the exact sentence that a tavern is used as a primary source of business that serves drinks. Their primary source of business is to rent rooms. And with that, as an amenity, they've got a space in the backyard for guests and people in the neighborhood. And I'm hoping that there's some way to work through this, because if you consider the alternative where they wouldn't be able to have any function in the backyard for people who visit Boise and want to have friends and get to know people in the neighborhood, I think that would be a sad commentary on what would be a unique business venture that they've pioneered here. I'm hoping that there's flexibility in the ordinance to allow that. I don't think the definition of a tavern is appropriate in its sense, because it's not their primary function. And I'm hoping that you find the ability to allow them to complete their business model in a way that hopefully meets with neighborhood approval, and use what limitations that would make sense, but still allow them to have a round business model that complements what they do as a B&B. I think that was all I needed to add. And again, thank you for your work tonight, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, sir. Okay, Alan, Crimes.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay.
we can.
Okay, my name is Alan Crimes. I have a duplex at 2517 West Woodlawn. My grandkids live at 1310 West Franklin. And first of all, I want to thank the mayor and the council for holding open, inclusive hearings. It is heartwarming to see our democracy in action. I'll keep my comments short and concise. One, I respect all the work that has gone into creating a community gathering and watering place. I just want to say that again, that I respect all the work that's gone into creating this community. But number two, is this enticing watering hole in the right location? No, according to zoning codes. Would a permit have been issued if the application was made before construction and operation? All indications signal no, because it doesn't fit in the neighborhood master plan, doesn't meet the city's zoning criteria. There's nothing more sure, number three, there's nothing more sure, more constant in life than change. And we recognize nothing stays the same. But is this the best method, the best process to initiate change? To fly under the radar, then ask for forgiveness and approval? I don't think that's an acceptable decision-making process. An approval for significant change in zoning in the master plan, and more specifically in the lives of livability and enjoyment of neighbors, needs to be done at the neighborhood master plan level. I urge you, our elected officials, to hold up our city's codes and deny this request for an outdoor tavern bar in this historic neighborhood. Thank you and happy holidays.
Thank you very much. Molly, are you with us?
I am.
Hi there.
Hi there. I can turn on my camera if you'd like to see me, but let's see if that works.
We like to see people. Hi there.
Hey, yeah, whoops, I turned it on and then off. Okay.
We have you
Okay,
again.
there we go. Good evening, Mayor McLean and Madam President and council members. I want to first of all reference my testimony for the Planning and Zoning Commission, and I'd like to have that incorporated completely by this reference into tonight's hearing. I stand by that testimony. One of the first things I want to note here is that in going through the record, which I did go through in a lot of detail, one of the things that struck me is that on May 30th, Jennifer Burry and Gavin O'Neill were notified by the city that they were given the conditional permit for the bed and breakfast that they operate at this location. It's important to note that that was there were conditions of approval. The very first condition is that the use of the property and development shall be in compliance with the specifications, site plan, and application on file with the city of Boise, date stamped May 15th, 2019. I think if you go and look at the testimony before the P&Z and look at the documents that were submitted by this applicant way back in 2019, the site plan that was submitted is not the site plan that they're operating under. The site plan that they are operating under includes a bar, and that site plan was drawn up and presented prior to their application to the city for the B&B, because that's when they got their beer license. So they already had a site plan that carefully laid out and showed all of the functions of the bar for who knows what reason. That is not the site plan that was filed with the city. The city got a much different site plan, and that is the site plan under which they are committed to and required to operate. They are in violation of the bed and breakfast conditional approval. So that's one of the things I want to point out. And again, looking through this record in the detail that I did, I just keep thinking, I'm just struck by the fact that the applicant is essentially invested money, apparently quite a bit of money and time and energy and effort, kudos to them for that, in a square peg. They are asking the city to now pound that square peg into a round hole. It just makes no sense. Bad business decisions, for whatever reasons, we don't know, but to, as somebody said earlier, to thrust the weight of that off onto the neighborhood to make up for the bad decisions that they made going into this endeavor, it is not appropriate. People, as you know, invest money in their property based on the zoning that that is in existence at the time, and they have a fair reason to expect that to stay the same and to preserve their investment in their property. And we look to the city to uphold that expectation. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Very much. Good to see you.
You too.
Next up, Angie Devitt.
Mute. Okay, I'm turning on my video. Okay, can you see me?
Welcome.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time to hear this and the testimony. My husband and I, Mike Devitt, and I live at 1402 West Franklin Street. We are a block away from the Franklin House. We've lived here for 21 years and raised our kids here. They attend local schools. We've had lots of businesses in the area consistent with the zoning, and we continue to have many businesses that are consistent with residents living in their homes, enjoying the backyards, as many people have already described. Clearly, the tavern idea, the beer garden, it's a lovely location. They've done a really nice job, but it is not in the right zoning. And there are a couple of points I'd like to make. One is that I believe it's criteria number 1 that indicates that if the business was not anticipated at the time of the zoning, then they meet some unique criteria. Well, I think taverns and boarding houses were both around when zoning was established long ago in Boise. Just the fact that they combine them does not make that a unique business. I would also point out, as Molly had indicated in the P&Z hearing, there were some documents that showed the architectural drawings that were shown to the Idaho State Police to get a beer and wine license. Those were actually in January of 2019. They showed a bar. They showed a redesign that showed the bar in the back. What was shown to P&Z to get their business license in May of 2019 was a different drawing that did not show the bar. That's what they received their business license for. That's what they were supposedly operating under. They, I believe, also have a misdemeanor for installing a window that was not approved by Historic Design Review. I believe that was the reason they were actually shut down July 31st. Lastly, as a physician, I was particularly disturbed at their blatant disregard for our community when they deliberately disobeyed the mayor's order to shut down bars the end of June, when it was noted that bars were contributing to spread of COVID during this pandemic. Their attorney indicated that they would make lots of changes, that they would be more consistent with a neighborhood feel, but they have continued to be unreliable in being good community members and did not shut down until they were shown to have a code violation, rather than voluntarily recognizing that they were a bar and following the mayor's orders. Thank you for taking the time to listen. I clearly think that you should not approve this zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Angie. Good to see you. All right, Amanda Corleone.
Madam Mayor, I don't believe she's online.
Okay, and I see James Cooper ready. Hello.
I'm here.
Actually, Amanda's my wife. She's here.
All right.
Hi. So I'm Amanda Corleone. I live at 1318 West Franklin Street. I know we've been here forever and a lot of people have already talked about some of the same things. I just want to say that I'm one of the four families that lives on this block. We're about a block and a half from the Franklin House. And I hope it doesn't get the exception. One thing I would like to say is the rules they proposed, the closing, at 10 and the limits on guests, that would be attached to the property, not the owner, and it's currently for sale. So that to me is a moot point. If they sell that to somebody else, we could, be here all over again. And so that just doesn't seem right. And I think that they're marketing this as a European style Airbnb where you can come and stay and have a drink in the backyard. Love the idea. Obviously it's the wrong zone for it, but also that's really not what the business is. There's not very many people staying there during the day. As you could see from that video, it's a bar. It's an American bar in a backyard. People come at night. They're not generally staying there and having, a glass of wine in the backyard and meeting other travelers. So I think that's a little bit of misrepresentation of what's happening. So anyway, I'll just keep it short, but I don't support it. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, James.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm
Welcome.
doing well. So yeah, I live with Amanda. We live a block and a half away from the backyard bar.
I know it feels silly since you're on the same screen sitting right next to each other in the same house, but for the record, since you're testifying separately, will you please also include your address?
Yeah, you bet. 1318 West Franklin.
Thank you.
Okay. As I read the testimonies of patrons and guests at the Franklin House and heard the statements that the owners have made about what the Franklin House aspires to be, I totally get it. The values expressed highlight exactly what my family moved to the North End for over 10 years ago. It's why my neighbors choose to live here. We're all aligned on what makes the North End so great. From what I've read and heard, people are coming from all over the city, the valley, and even the country to the Franklin House to buy a little piece of what makes my neighborhood so special. I can't blame them. I don't take issue with the vibes and the cool environment that I'm sure the Franklin House provides. It sounds amazing. In fact, their backyard experience sounds no different than my own backyard, except that the Franklin House is quite literally selling that experience and monetizing the special soul that is the North End, bringing in outside traffic, patrons, and all the other things that go with drinking establishments right into my neighborhood. If you read the submitted statements by many of the supporters and the mission statement of Franklin House, it's generally from the perspective of patrons and guests of the Franklin House about the experience within the Franklin House. There's nothing that the Franklin House offers to give back to the neighborhood that we don't already have. And in fact, it undeniably monetizes it, it exploits it, abuses it. And that's in stark contrast to the very essence of what our neighborhood's about. My wife and I had to sacrifice a lot to move to our house in the North End. We fell in love with Franklin Street and the corridor that it is. It's a perfect transition between downtown and the rest of the North End. The very character of the street that I love has been protected by the important R3 zoning that's in place. When the house that we currently live in popped up for sale, again, 10 years ago, we had to think long and hard about the fact that it was next to a nonprofit, which is Advocates for the West. It turns out they've been exemplary neighbors because they are precisely the type of business that the framers of our zoning laws understood could live in harmony with our neighborhood. I can guarantee you if that business next to our house was a bar, there's no way we would have purchased a house and raised our family here. As the framers of the R3 zoning knew, if we let businesses like the Franklin House operate on our street, we must also say goodbye to our way of life in the neighborhood. And that's the charm, community, and good vibes that we all invest in this place. I think State Street is a great place for businesses, and I love 6th and Main, but I definitely wouldn't want to raise my family in a house next to the Cactus or any other bar. This exception for the Franklin House would essentially bring that to my neighborhood. Please uphold the wisdom behind the R3 zoning and ensure that our neighborhood continues to be a sanctuary for the values and community that we all hold dear and invest in our neighborhood as North Enders and Boiseans. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks a lot for joining us this evening. Next up, and the last one on my list is Priscilla Walden. So if you're on and hoping to speak, go ahead and raise your Zoom hands. And after Priscilla speaks, our clerk will call out different names.
Madam Mayor, council members, Priscilla Walden at 1507 West Hayes Street, Boise. I've lived across the alley from the property since 2016, and the space that Gavin and Jen have created has been nothing, in my opinion, has been nothing more than adding a positive experience to the neighborhood. Throughout their construction, they were thoughtful, engaged, they sought input. And since opening, and I'm 22 steps from my property, from where I live to getting onto their property, just that's how close I am. And my experience, I have not been impacted any more than any other neighbors having people over. It's never been an issue. So I would support them having the exception to be able to have the B&B operate the way that they were doing so successfully. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Are there others with hands raised?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have about 9 people that would like to testify.
Sure, why don't you just go through the list?
Okay. Our first speaker is Kelly Olson.
Kelly Olson, welcome.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I appreciate this time tonight. I want to urge you to deny this special exception. I live at 1307 North 13th Street, so that's 6 blocks away. I live in the shadows of the Hyde Park Commercial District, so I know all too well what happens when a neighborhood allows more commercial development to creep into the neighborhood, into a residential neighborhood. We live with it every day, 24/7, year round. And while there are some terrific amenities, there's lots of impacts. And the fact is that the impacts from this particular enterprise have been and will continue to be significant. They're not trivial. They should not be minimized. And therefore, this proposed use does not meet criterion 2 for a special exception. And I really can't emphasize that enough. I remember participating in the planning and zoning hearing and listening to one of the commissioners talk about, she was retiring after that meeting, and talking about her work on the commission, what it meant to her, and how she really tried to work with neighborhoods that were in transition. And she thought the Franklin Street neighborhood might be one of those neighborhoods. And it really struck a chord with me. I've thought long and hard about that. Am I here?
Kelly, you're back, but you said you thought long and hard about that, and then it went.
Sorry. I had an interruption there in my internet. I apologize. So I thought long and hard about what that might mean. And I've never had a chance to have a conversation directly with that commissioner, but it did strike me as a very odd notion that we want to hasten transition in residential neighborhoods. So I thought about one of the arguments made that evening about, well, this particular location is only 300 feet from a commercially zoned area. So why not allow a prohibited use like a tavern to creep into this neighborhood? Furthermore, this neighborhood is on the fringe of Boise's bustling, vibrant downtown. Yes, we recognize that. So why not hasten a transition to more mixed uses and greater density? Something that you may want to contemplate in the future as you start to undertake a reworking the Boise zoning code. Well, I'm here tonight to say there's many, many important reasons as residential neighborhood why you shouldn't just blithely undertake that transition to more mixed uses, including a tavern in a residential neighborhood. This 300 feet distance is a really precious buffer that's been spoken to by other speakers, and we need you to keep that buffer in place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Michael Devitt.
Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
And can you see me?
No.
Okay.
Now,
It's probably better that way. All right. I apologize for the
Angie
appearance.
was much better at being seen right away.
I totally admit my wife is much better at everything than I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Your patience is admirable. My name is Michael Devitt. I and my family live at 1402 West Franklin Street, exactly 1 block away from the Franklin House. In contemplating my testimony tonight, I thought about helping you to understand the disruption to our family enjoying our backyard from the inebriated crowd yelling at football games that Tom showed you on the screen at the Franklin House Bar. Operating a bar from 5 to 10 p.m. kind of makes that obvious that that's the time when we're in our backyard with our family, and that is incompatible with a residential neighborhood, which, make no mistake, this is a residential neighborhood. I thought about repeating my testimony to P&Z, showing how the owners of the Franklin Bar obtained a beer and wine license 4 months prior to their obtaining a license to operate a bed and breakfast, strategically omitting the map that they presented to ISP, showing the beer keg storage, wine taps, beer taps, bar counter, etc. I weighed showing you their signatures where they stated under the penalty of law that they were only seeking to operate a bed and breakfast, even though they had already been granted a beer and wine sales license, which they did not tell the city. Those are their signatures, and it says, under the penalty of law, I state that the provided information is true and accurate. It's inaccurate. I thought about telling you how they stayed open when all other bars were closed under Mayor McLean's orders, posting on social media that they were open for alcohol service. I wanted to remind you that although they call themselves a tavern, the Boise City Code is really clear. You can call it a tavern, you can call it a bar, you can call it a traveler's rest. It is an entity that sells alcohol to patrons for consumption on the premises. The name doesn't matter. They've tried to be very clever, calling themselves a beer garden, a tavern. It's nowhere in the city code. It is in the city code. Those 5 criteria are met. But in the end, I would like to instead remind you that the P&Z admin committee recommended denial of this conditional use permit. The full P&Z committee, and I would tell you, 3.5 hours of testimony they heard. They recommended 9-0 unanimously to deny this conditional use permit. Nothing has changed. A bar is still illegal, expressly prohibited in an R3. And by the way, don't be fooled. This is a bar, as evidenced by the fact that they have basically put it up for sale because they cannot make any money as a bed and breakfast. This was a bar from the start. It was a bar in January of 2019. They told the city it was a bed and breakfast. They signed a document stating that it was a bed and breakfast. No code changes required. And then they opened a bar. Please put yourself in our shoes. You live in our neighborhoods as well. Protect our neighborhood. Protect our right to peaceably enjoy the quiet of our backyard. Respect the findings of the P&Z committee and deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Alejandro Sukila.
Great. Alejandro, welcome.
Hello. My name is Alejandro Sucia. I'll also be speaking on behalf of my wife, Brooklyn Sucia. We live in 1510 West Franklin Street, apartment 3, Boise, Idaho, 83702. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you very much for your consideration. We live directly next door to the Franklin house. We actually share a fence with them to their backyard. Now, when we moved in, Jen and Gavin were extremely thoughtful, and they told us about the beer garden beforehand. Since we moved in, we have never had or heard any disruptive noise that came from the backyard. We've also been able to enjoy our own backyard peacefully and are actually going to be having a baby in the next couple months here in February. And we plan on staying at our current residence. We wouldn't have made this decision if we thought that the Franklin house was unsafe or even loud enough to wake a newborn baby, which, by the way, it isn't. We've also found that the Franklin house has been a great, safe, and easygoing place to socialize. Now, we don't feel like we're in a bar when we're there, and definitely would not classify it as such. We feel it is a place that is quiet and safe enough for us to raise our own children, even with it being directly in our own backyard. Now, we can't even begin to imagine how those that live farther away than us are somehow more affected than us. That's something that's very confusing to us, much less making such a strong opinion about a place that, by the sounds of it, they've never even visited themselves. But despite how extremely difficult some people are being in the area, we've seen how Jen and Gavin are still committed to maintaining a friendly yet safe area for everyone, especially when it came to accommodating for everyone in the neighborhood. Now, in conclusion, we are advocating for the Franklin Beer Garden and its application for the special permit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro, and congratulations.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jeffrey Friel.
Okay. Hi, Jeffrey.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. Thank you. I reside at 1518 West Franklin Street, Boise, Idaho, 83702. I've lived in my house for 18 years. I think that there's some misconception about the neighborhood. I hear a lot about it being a quiet residential neighborhood, but there is one giant building in the neighborhood that makes sure that it isn't your typical quiet neighborhood. That is 1555 Franklin Street, which is the Boise City, Ada County housing complex. That's anything but quiet, but they're part of the neighborhood. Our neighborhood as it is probably 1/3 business and office. The current iteration of Franklin House, before Jen and Gavin bought it, was a naturopathic nurse midwifery. I don't know how that fits into a residential setting, but it definitely did not meet zoning for that. And prior to that, it was a counseling office. Directly catty corner from Franklin House is another counseling office. 3 houses to the east of Franklin House is another counseling office. At the corner of Hayes and 15th is a neurologist's office. Directly behind Franklin House is another counseling office, which for those of you who, like myself, who grew up in Boise, we used to get our ski passes for Bogus Basin there. The neighborhood is not quiet. The traffic on 15th Street is outrageous. Until I sat through this meeting, I didn't realize that essentially I live next door to Dirty Little Roddy's. The backyard is nothing like it's being portrayed. I have yet to see the police having to come and break up fights. No rowdy fights. They close at 10 o'clock. I just don't think it is quite the way it's being portrayed.
Second warning.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is China Tipton.
I didn't hear you, sorry.
Our next speaker is China Tipton.
Okay, great. China, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council people. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. So I just wanted to touch base. There's been a lot of talk about the atmosphere of the bar and the occupancy, and I just want to touch really quick because I don't want to waste your time on a lot of it, but I would like to point out that that video, as you can see in the background with the BSU flag, was taken during a BSU game, which I think we can all, as Boise residents, understand that that's probably the crowdest that bar or backyard has ever been. And most other backyards, even if you were having a house party, would be that crowded, and it still wasn't very loud. The TV isn't usually up there. But focusing more on the two issues that you guys really have to create, which is whether this would be a louder, more exorbitant use than another property, or whether there's other properties available. I think planning and zoning made the wrong decision in that. To that extent, I would like to incorporate my prior testimony from the planning and zoning meeting. But just to point out quickly, so for example, a fraternity house and sorority house would be allowed to be there. And I would like the council to really think about what kind of parties and events would be thrown if a fraternity or sorority was in that building. They would also allow a recycling center. And I'd encourage the council to think about what loud noises would be created from that. And then even looking at that video, which was not very loud, and the sound studies that were produced by Jen and Gavin, compare those and decide for yourselves whether that is actually a louder and more obnoxious use than what is allowed there. The second factor is whether, or that the city or the planning and zoning find is whether there's a more appropriate use. Jen and Gavin have done a lot to restore this house. One of the things that makes it a unique bed and breakfast is that there are bathtubs in every room because it was a birthing center. It has, I think, 8 bedrooms or something that give it that kind of unique way where they can make money off of it as an Airbnb and still operate this part-time backyard beer garden, which is only open 4 or 5 months out of the year. So it's not their primary thing. And if you look at the other surrounding properties, there really isn't, because it wouldn't fit. You can't put an 8-bedroom house where Cloud 9 is, despite what other people have suggested tonight. And then the final thing, there's been a lot of talk about this zoning creep. The thing with, they aren't asking you to reclassify this from an R3 to a commercial area. They're asking for a very unique special exception to operate a beer garden along with their business, which has been approved for 4 to 5 months out of the year at very reasonable hours. And they've also been extremely willing to negotiate those hours down to accommodate. But I think you guys are all very competent. I voted for most of you. And I think if you look at the actual evidence that's in the record, primarily the sound studies and what they've done, I think you'll notice that this is not an exceeding use for that property. It fits in aesthetically with every other house there. It looks so much better than a commercial building would. And so I would want you to encourage you to foster these kinds of uses of these old historic homes, as opposed to denying them and, who knows, letting it be sold to a recycle center or a fraternity and then have those noise complaints coming before you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, China.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Harry Borchering.
All right, Harry.
Hello.
Hey there.
Hi, my name is Harry Borchering. Good evening, Mayor, council members, and audience. I reside at property 1424 West Franklin Street. I am literally across the street from Franklin House. It makes my residence one of the closest areas to this property. And while I respect my neighbors' opinions, it's really confusing to me, as somebody else mentioned, to hear people that are literally multiple blocks away expressing concerns with noise. I'm not talking about 1 block away or maybe 2 houses away, but people that are saying they're 2 blocks away, 6 blocks away, expressing concerns with noise in their neighborhood. In fact, I don't know that I would say somebody 6 blocks away is in my neighborhood, to be honest with you, although I do appreciate their concerns. Obviously, I am in favor of this exemption. I purchased my home with the idea of Franklin House being an excellent amenity, not just for my own entertainment, but if I have guests staying, they can come and stay at the Franklin House, have a good experience and whatnot. It's another point that actually reassured me to all this was the idea with the phone video that somebody had. It looked like they literally put that phone over the fence to try to capture some sound, and try as I might, and with their warnings, I couldn't make out one single conversation. And along those lines, another presenter here today pointed out that was a very exceptional night, where maybe it was a very busy night. So this was maybe chosen by somebody to film it to show how noisy it was, but in fact, it really reassured me that how quiet it is. And I know that quiet and maintaining our neighborhood has been a big part of this discussion tonight. I do live on the intersection of Franklin and 15th Street. 15th Street is by far the loudest thing that I hear in my home every day. Cars, noise, honking, people going the wrong way, all kinds of stuff going on there. The secondary things that I hear is my neighbors next door to me and their barking dog. I have never heard Franklin House creating a noise problem for me in my experience as a neighbor. And it brings up something that I kind of think about here that I don't know if it'll help or hurt, but really this idea that, I can respect people that live here for a very long time. And, that's an important thing for the nature and heritage of our city. The reality is our city is facing a lot of growth. There's a lot of people moving here very quickly. And that's going to change the dynamics about what's going on. People will get confused by zoning issues. People will try new ideas. These things are going to happen with a high growth area. However, if we move to somewhere where nobody wanted to live, then you could probably live in your home forever and no one would ever disturb you. But knowing that Boise is a big growth area, my understanding or exception of that is that there are going to be things that are going to change. And so I wouldn't want a neighbor across the street moving in with whatever plan they had, being irresponsible in whatever way they could. Be that a loud barking dog, be that, I have heard people mention the backdoor patios. That can be loud. If somebody's sitting out next door having a big party in their patio and I'm sitting there trying to enjoy a quiet evening, I've got to accept as a neighbor that that's just not the way it is tonight, because my neighbors have a right to their property as well. In short, I found that the owners of Franklin House to be very responsible, to be very considerate, to want to be neighbors with us and not be invaders with us. And I think they would be a great, I apologize. I think they would be a great neighbor. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Harry, so much. Have a good night.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Mark Mosher.
Great. Hi, Mark.
Hello. Oh,
We saw you. Yep, you're back.
hey, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the mayor and the council members for your patience while we're all dealing with our technology side over here. You guys have been fantastic. It's wonderful. Mark Mosher, speaking for 1602 West Franklin Street, where I worked there. I've worked there for 20 years, and I'm in that neighborhood all the time, morning, evening, weekends, days. So I know that neighborhood really well. And I've been a patron at the Franklin House, and my experience there has always been 100% good. It's quiet. Usually there's 2, 3, 4 other people. It's not a big party scene like some of the opponents are trying to portray it as. And so I would second the statements from Jeffrey Feel and China Timpton and Harry that it's really a pleasant place to be. And so this idea that it's a bar or rowdy downtown activity, that's simply not true. The one video that was provided was September 19th, 2019. As you note by the date there, that was the BSU BYU game, Go Broncos. And even that wasn't that bad. So I don't know what the complaint is. The opposition said, well, one night I was kept up or something like that. Even I'm sure we all have these one night experiences. where our neighbors are keeping us up, or our dogs or police or whatever. That's irrelevant. But anyway, why you consider the ordinance, I want to say on the second item there for special exception, the use will produce an equal or reduced impact upon the site or neighborhood. I think the fact that Franklin House has been in business for a year and we are just now dealing with this is proof that the Franklin House and their operation is a reduced impact than the equal comparison. Otherwise, we would have been talking about this a year ago or 2 months after they opened. There would have been neighborhood complaints and we would have been dealing with it last year and not this year. They've been operating fantastically and they're equal or less impact. And the other thing, why you consider this, I would like to, for you consider some of the other places. Little Dutch Garden is at 1910 South Owyhee, and that is right in the middle of residential zoning. We're not trying to change the residential zoning here. We're asking for the exception in the one case. And we can look at Little Dutch Garden, residential. Probably the icon of this situation is a Roosevelt Market. Probably a lot of us know about that. Jamie, I used to ride my bike to the Roosevelt Market when I was 6 years old to get my candy. But Roosevelt Market sells beer and wine. They have a patio. There's probably about 15 to 20 seats out there. And they're in direct exposure to the neighborhood. They're right across the street from a school. Little Dutch Garden is a block away from Whitney Elementary. We've got Harris Ranch has actually been active in getting a social spot out there with food trucks, beer and wine, right in the middle of the neighborhood. Bound Crossing, Pier 30, right in the middle of a residential neighborhood. A week before this application came to P&Z, they approved a wine garden at 14th Street, right across from the Shoreline Apartments. So this is not a one-time deal. There's lots of places in Boise that have this exact example, and the neighborhoods love it. In this case, we have one neighbor who's upset about it, and I asked the council to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Jordan Hall.
Jordan, welcome.
Can you hear me and see me?
We can hear you right now.
Perfect. I'll just go with that. Madam Mayor and the council, I thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you guys can hear me okay. But I think we all are aware of the amount of conversation and thought which has gone into this issue before us. I attended the Planning Commission public hearing, and I had two thoughts after that hearing. One was what I had witnessed was a compelling and promising to see the local community being so engaged and passionate about. Ultimately, what we feel probably all share is making Boise a strong and healthy city, and also this neighborhood. But what I also saw was opposition and hesitation to maybe live up to the city's mission statement, which reads in part to ensure a thriving local economy that benefits all. Sometimes that all isn't a voice, ideal, or practical application that has yet been given an opportunity. And I want to emphasize yet. Franklin House exemplifies the city's mission statement. It's a place that under normal construct does not meet any defined policies, guidelines, or criteria, but it's the personification of a growing local populace. I'm not here to argue that Franklin House doesn't fill a gap that has yet to be defined, but I am here to convey there needs to be a solution to figure out a way to make Franklin House a success without closing her doors, because maybe not everybody in the neighborhood is ready for progress. In some constructs, I wouldn't have been welcomed into this neighborhood many, many years ago if it weren't for progress. I would not be here speaking before you or persistent about this issue if it wasn't for what Franklin House stands for. As of just a handful of days ago, I became an official city resident with the purchase of my home in Quail Ridge. I owe a lot of that decision to the environment I encountered at Franklin House. And Madam Mayor and fellow city council members, your real estate market here is unreal. It wasn't an easy decision. It wasn't easy to find a home. And this is coming from somebody that lived in the heart of Los Angeles. This summer, I stayed at Franklin House because Boise had a supercharger during my long roundabout road trip to Bend, where I not only had a realtor, but also found the house what I thought was my dream home. 24 hours at the Franklin House changed my life forever. During the pandemic, Franklin House presented what I thought was the safest means to spending the night before continuing on my journey. It was quiet, and let's be honest, whooping up wasn't far from what happens there. What you hear from the opposition is just scare tactics. For me, Franklin House is inclusive, a welcoming environment, a safe haven for people of all walks of life. Since moving here this summer, I found my realtor there, my electrician, countless friends through the Franklin House. I have come to learn that there are mixed feelings about us Californians who have found our way to Boise, but many of us good-hearted folks are here for the same reasons that you all love this city and serve on this council today. A dream I one day hope to aspire to fulfill. I'm here because I value our environment, my fellow citizens, my neighbors, and that make up Boise. I didn't leave my beautiful home in Los Angeles because I hated the weather. I'm here because I love this city and I was love at first sight. If we have learned anything from 2020, we know it takes courage to support the underdog, a marginalized population, or sometimes a person that doesn't have a voice or a space. In this case, an undefined use that benefits the city and its residents. What I hope the City Council is able to do today is to support a small business and people like myself who now call Boise home. Thank you for listening to me today.
Thank you, Jordan.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is John Spangler.
Great. Hi, John.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. Try to get my video.
Yeah, you had it up a little earlier, but we don't see you now.
Yep, I'm getting that the host has stopped it, so I'm happy to just go if you guys want to.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay. Good evening. My name is John Spangler. I live at 1003 West Fort. My home is in the same Hayes Street Historic District and R3 zone as the Franklin House. I purchased my home 8.5 years ago, and at that time, there was not a single child that lived on my block. Today, there are 6 children under the age of 10 that live in the 5 residential properties on my block. I think Commissioner Stevens had a very good perspective at the planning and zoning meeting. Our city is going through remarkable growth currently, and that growth is making it prohibitively difficult for young families to purchase single-family homes to raise children in our neighborhoods. And you can see me now, I bet.
Yep.
Someone just enabled me. So it's become prohibitively difficult for families to purchase single-family homes in this area. As such, I believe the question here should not be whether the bar is cool or not, or whether the bar produces an equal or reduced impact on the neighborhood. The question should be, would this exception allow a prohibitive tavern to continue to operate in a residential zone? Would that have a greater or lesser impact on the residential housing supply available to young families that they can raise children in this neighborhood? Because it is a residential zone, and allowing uses that are not allowed would certainly impact that. My 117-year-old home in the same historic district has the southwest corner of my home 6 feet from my neighbor's backyard. My 4-year-old daughter's bedroom is in that same southwest corner. So if we're to allow bars to open in this neighborhood, would someone be allowed to open a bar 6 feet from my 4-year-old daughter's bedroom? It's a very confusing path to approve a zoning change to me. So I certainly respect that people have enjoyed this bar, but I also would certainly hope that those people could respect our R3 zoned neighborhood. I obviously oppose this request for an exception, and I also oppose the process under which they have tried to pursue it. And I would like to thank the council for recognizing that we need to facilitate legitimate process and not allow illegal activities and then make them legal after the fact through an exception. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, John.
Yep.
Madam Mayor, our next speaker is Matt Wigglesworth.
Great. Hi, Matt.
Hello. My wife Gillian is going to speak for us.
Great.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Gillian Wigglesworth. I live at 1310 West Franklin Street. My husband Matt and I, we moved to Boise after searching the Intermountain West for the right place to buy a home and settle in. And once we found Boise, we did our homework, as most people do, on what neighborhood in the area would be compatible. Well, I shouldn't say most people. Oftentimes you just buy and then you learn from that and you want to move potentially to a different area. But we chose this neighborhood and we bought in the north end because it had what we wanted and needed. It's easy access to downtown. You know, we walk pretty much wherever we can. It's a neighborhood and it has community. We're not interested in putting a bar in our yard next to Barney and Dee, and don't want one next door to us. And we're pretty sure Barney and Dee wouldn't do that to any of the other neighbors. Our kids are finally of the age that they can walk alone to the store together. That's Albertsons, and that means they get to pass the Franklin House. And we're not really interested in having to worry about that. You know, kids do have phones potentially these days, but we're also try to be a holdout as long as we can and give them the flexibility to have freedom. So we are friends with and appreciate our neighbors, and these include the counseling offices, the homeopathic offices, law office, the midwifery, and even the bed and breakfast. And we've all operated in synchrony, and these businesses operate inside and they don't have outside venues. And the majority of them are operating 8 to 5, and they don't have to control crowds because they don't really have crowds. So, in fact, the JJ Shaw bed and breakfast, that's half a block away where they resided for many, many years and operated flawlessly with the support of all of the neighbors. So we're okay with the primary use for the Franklin House and what they applied for, which was the bed and breakfast. And this bed and breakfast concept, it meets the criteria for an equal or lesser use. But we didn't move here to be next door to a bar as we raise our family. And that does not meet the equal or lesser use of criteria. So I asked that planning and zoning deny the CUP for the tavern portion of the business. And I thank you, Mayor, Madam Mayor, and council members for your time tonight and every day and night that you serve, and hope you have a great holiday.
Thank you, Gillian. You know what that was? Anybody else?
Madam Mayor, there is no one else that is
All right.
requesting to testify.
There was nobody else, it looks like, so this is your last chance if you're on there. If you'd like to say something, not the applicant or the appellant, or the applicant, but anybody else to raise your hand. Okay, before we go to the closing arguments of the applicant, does any member of council have questions for staff?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Hi, go ahead.
Cody, just a real quick question. There's the zoning map, there's a future land use map as well. The future land use map, I think, shows it as a mixed use area. Even in that mixed use area, it's my understanding that a bar, or not a bar, but a tavern, which is our closest classification, wouldn't be allowed to operate. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, with the mixed-use land use designation, the property owner or applicant could seek a rezone of the property. Generally, if we were looking to rezone a property like this, though, we'd really suggest, or our recommendation would be, a very tightly written development agreement that limited the range of uses to ensure compatibility and prevent impact. So, you know, effectively, even if they went down that road, the result would be something very similar to a carefully conditioned permit like this.
And then just a real quick follow-up, just in the conversation that people are having about precedent, if something like this somebody was going to apply like this in the future, they would still have to go through this whole process. It just wouldn't be grandfathered in because somebody else did it. Is that correct?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton, that's correct.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Cody,
just to kind of double back on the earlier question that I had, because it came up a couple of times in testimony. If we were to grant this special exception for a tavern, that would stay with the property regardless of ownership, correct?
Almost got through the whole hearing without not unmuting myself. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Woodings, that's correct. It runs with the land. The special exception clause actually includes language where we require any subsequent owner to sign a basically acknowledgement that they're bound by those conditions. But yes, any approval and any conditions applies to the land unless modified.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
for Cody, have we ever approved a conditional use and tied it to the owner? In other words, not let it run with the land? If you want to transfer the property, the conditioned use evaporates?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Bajent, I can't say that we haven't. To my knowledge, we have not conditioned one in that way, no.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
thank you. Cody, I think we did have a special exception years ago on State Street that may have been conditioned that way. I can't remember exactly what it was. A real estate office that was being used for something else, I believe. Anyway, so I do think that's possible. My question is this. So if the applicants had said to you, we want a bed and breakfast with a bar in the backyard, tavern in the backyard, when they first applied, what process would you have suggested? And kind of similar to Councilmember Halliburton's, but I'd like to dig into this a little more.
Madam Mayor, given the Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, our recommendation would have been, or guidance to the applicant would have been the same, to pursue the special exception, given the surrounding residential zoning, residential uses. That would have been our recommendation if asked up front, certainly.
Okay. So here's another question. We had a hearing not long ago in a commercial zone in Bound Crossing where we limited the seating in a indoor restaurant to considerably less than 50. Outdoor, where did the number 50 come from?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, that was the proposal by the applicant. I believe that's based on the space they have outdoors and perhaps the seating that's generally available.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Madam Mayor, TJ.
Sure, go ahead.
Hey, Cody, as well. I have a question. If the owner of the property were to maintain their beer and wine license, their alcohol license, and then use it for specifically the purpose of the bed and breakfast, so mimosas in the morning and wine in the evening, along with dinner, where it's not so much a tavern, if you will, but part of the experience of the bed and breakfast. Is that something that would continue to be acceptable without additional requirements by us, allowances by us, if they were just attaching that to the bed and breakfast? And this kind of goes in line with what Council President Clegg was saying with the 50 number. I mean, if it was 15, because I don't know how many this place holds, and including guests and maybe including family members staying in the room and maybe someone that's visiting as a guest. I'm wondering how you can, is it possible to separate the two, tavern from bed and breakfast, but keep the alcohol allowance? Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Thompson, I guess your first question was, would from a zoning perspective, would there be any issues with the beer and wine license as it relates to the bed and breakfast? And I would say no. In that case, it's clearly accessory or incidental to the primary use, that bed and breakfast. From our perspective, the tavern or beer garden or whatever we want to call it is a very distinct and different use that brings, a whole nother, I guess, level of activity to the site. Certainly if council was interested in approving this, much like we've done with other conditional use permits, special exceptions, you could certainly consider all kinds of conditions that limited occupancy, perhaps days of the week, different hours of operation, things of that nature. So that's all fair game.
Thank you.
Okay, it looks like with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask the applicant to make closing remarks.
Yeah, that's good.
Video.
Jennifer, it says that you're talking, or this might be Ann on.
No, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. We were trying to get our video on, but it looks like the host has disabled it. But that's absolutely, of course, fine. Yep, now we can start our video. Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to address some of the concerns that were raised regarding our use during COVID, continuing COVID, just to make it clear that the operations of the backyard were in full compliance with the requirements of Central District Health. When those requirements to be open during that period were put in place, the Franklin House submitted its application. It was approved by Central District Health. It allowed for participants in the backyard, and all of that information was included in our submission package. I would also like to point out that during that time, the applicant enforced social distancing and mask wearing, notwithstanding all uses were outside. In terms of going to space, which I think also relates to COVID and some of the concerns about how large the group is, 50 was a number that we came to as based on our largest participants. Normally the number is much larger, and the backyard, or I'm sorry, much smaller. Thank you for correcting me. Much smaller than 50. My apologies. And this is a 2,000 square foot backyard. This isn't an 800 or 600 small north end backyard. This is a very large space. So social distancing during COVID was adequate during that time and encouraged and enforced. And then once we remove ourselves, hopefully soon, from this COVID pandemic, it's still a small number given the size of the actual square footage in the backyard. But of course, we would be willing to consider, as Cody mentioned, conditions with the city council feels to be reasonable. I want to go back to the video that Mr. Anderson did show. We were able to look some information up on that event. During that night, which was a Boise State game, we processed 36 total transactions for total sales of approximately $530. So while it may have seemed like a much larger place and you had to put your phone over the fence, those are the economic numbers that were shown that night. And then I would like to go back to something that Councilperson Halliburton mentioned, which was traffic and traffic in the area. The applicant has taken great steps to encourage non-motorized traffic. In looking at an informal type study of how people get to the Franklin House, 63% of those trips are non-motorized trips. The applicant has installed a bike corral for at least 50 bikes. And we've encouraged foot traffic by finding off-site parking, which is in the farther, more business-like zone. So we're not having parking in the neighborhood during our business hours. We've also heard a lot about noise and concerns about intoxicated patrons, people on the street. Again, I would encourage the recognition that this primary purpose is a bed and breakfast. If the applicant is going to continue to allow people rowdy and loud and drunk in the backyard as part of this ancillary secondary use, that's going to have a direct impact on their economics of their primary business of having guests having a restful, peaceful, enjoyable Boise experience in their bed and breakfast. I don't know if anyone has any questions directly for us or if Jen and Gavin would like to add anything else.
I just want to add one more thing about noise. We learned a lot about noise. We learned about how it starts in one place and how it dissipates over time. So if we do move forward, I would be welcome to having some sort of a noise number that we have to hit. So we know if the noise is this in the backyard, it's here at these other properties that can hear it. And we always know then what we have to be, so it's subjective rather than objective. Objective rather than subjective.
Yeah, so in closing, I know we only have a minute left, and I do realize that this has been a long night, and we do appreciate the testimony on both sides. This is what public engagement should look like. We believe that we have shown that through the planning and zoning meeting, through this meeting, through the additional conditions, through our work with Mr. Riddle, who we've appreciated being open and working with us, that the 6 conditions necessary to be found to issue the special exception are there. We have mitigated our impacts. We have found off-street parking. The code, again, while available, there's just simply not a building for us to be in. So we would encourage approval. Oh, one more thing. Yes, in terms of selling, and I will be very quick. Yes, we put the property was put on the market after the planning and zoning meeting. You know, that was really kind of a gut punch. That's something that they had worked on so hard and for so long, looked like it was being denied. So yes, the property was on the market, but if a special exception use permit is granted, they continue to operate, they desire to continue to operate the property. I see my time is up, so I won't keep you longer.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Yes, go ahead.
I know that you have gone through this already, but if you could just speak specifically to special exception number 5, the proper zoning for the proposed use is not available in the general neighborhood. Could you please just reiterate one more time why you think you fit into that criteria?
Right. We do agree that PC zoning, which would allow for the use of a tavern, a conditional use for a tavern, is available close to the neighborhood on the more commercial retail side, really outside of the residential portion of the neighborhood. But in looking at previous approvals and looking at what is available to operate both the primary business as a bed and breakfast and any of the ancillary uses, there is simply not in the adjacent properties a residence that we could find. And my clients went around the neighborhood, looked what they could find that would work for the primary purpose, either due to size or backyard location to provide the bed and breakfast experience, which is again our primary use. So it's simply, there's no structure in the existing zoning that would allow us to continue our use. And in at least one other special exception, the city council looked at that criteria and saying, because there's actually no retail structures that would allow the primary use, they found the zoning not to be available.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
this is a question, I think, for Jen and Gavin perhaps, but you know, we're here to make a decision about the use of the property and whether the use of the property will or will not, you know, XYZ, be compatible, be, you know, all of these things. From that perspective, I'll be honest, I'm having a hard time getting my head around this. It shouldn't matter the name of the person who's using the property, but it feels like it matters emotionally. The property is listed for sale. Really frank, looking at this, I thought, well, maybe what's going on is this property is being listed for sale and the asset will be worth more if it has more permitted uses. And that, you know, part of the objective here was to make it viable for somebody else to use so that you would get more money if you sold it. And I'd intended to ask you about this at the end of this hearing. What you just said was, no, actually, if this conditioned use is approved, you hope to stay and continue to run it. And that sounds great, because we referred to the two of you by first name, and it's clear that your personal presence there and the work that you have done, the two of you, has gone a long way towards making this fit. So can you just clarify for me that this is approved, that you guys are going to stick around and be part of the neighborhood?
Yeah, I can just reiterate that, like Ann said, it was like a gut punch when we got out of the P and Z commission meeting, and we instantly said, that's it, let's put it on the market. We considered not even coming to this meeting, but over time, tempers cooled. We decided that we want to give this one more chance. We're going to add additional constraints, additional regulations, conditions to our use, and see what the city council would let us do. And that's why we're here. We had to kind of do a parallel path at the same time, because we couldn't afford to kind of wait for the 2 months that it was going to take to get on the city council agenda and then, be told no and have nothing. Yeah, sorry, Gavin's talking to me too. We've invested so much time and energy in this place. We did most of the renovations here with our own two hands. It's been our passion project. Blood, sweat, and tears went into this. That's why we were so crushed, and we did that knee jerk. We're going to have to sell the house. We might as well move on. Let's be ready to be devastated and lose our business. That's why we put it on the market after P&Z.
Madam Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. Couple of quick points. First of all, a lot of people talked about recycling center being an allowed use. Recycling drop-off centers are allowed use in every zone. And so with an asterisk, just a point of order. Question for you about why you did not include the fact that you plan to have a beer garden in your original application.
Yeah, so if you go back in the documents that were sent into the packet, Gavin and I had a 5-page document with a bunch of the other stuff that we had to do for the packet. We didn't put beer garden on it. We had a map of what it looks like. We had a map of the tables where the kegs would go, where the wine would go, etc. And we also had, and it's in the backup file if you want to look at it, but we had specific verbiage that said open to the public. It said basically to provide common space to connect with other travelers and locals in the community during our stay. And I think that what I explained in the packet was we didn't anticipate at this point that the only thing the code we would be able to call this was a tavern. We didn't know it. P&Z didn't know it. We went through a bunch of pre-meetings even before we bought our bed and breakfast in 2018, and we said, this is our vision. Can we do it? And we heard, we don't see why not. Now we know that when we put in, this document, we should have put tavern or beer garden or a little bit more of what our vision was. But I think, at the time, it was 2018, we hadn't fully envisioned it. We knew what we wanted to do. We knew what it was going to look like, what we needed, but we didn't have that code terminology yet. And that's the reason why we're here now.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to push a little further on what Council President Clegg brought up, but did you know you were going to be serving alcohol outside of the actual building in the outdoor area and selling it?
Yes, we did. And that's why it's reflected in our map.
But it wasn't called anything. It wasn't called a bar. It wasn't called a beer garden.
Yeah.
It was.
Right.
So were alcohol anywhere in there?
Well, kegs, bar top, ice machine, wine racks, coolers, taps.
It's implied.
Cold room. Yeah, so the whole reason, the adaptive reuse of our house is kind of cool. And our house originally was an ice house. So we actually have a refrigerated ice room. People used to buy big chunks of ice throughout the summer. We're on kind of an ice block. There's a bunch of ice houses on our block. So our original idea when we saw the house is we have an ice room. Let's refrigerate it. Let's put cold beverages in here and let's create a business around it. So we created, the house spoke to us. It said, bring me here, show me off, make me beautiful. And that's what we did. We made the house beautiful. We renovated the rooms. We restored its original use as the ice room. That's where we store our cold beverages. And yeah, so it's a great adaptive reuse. This house is back to what it used to be in 1896, in a sense.
So Jennifer, in order for you to be successful in your business, you need to have this beer garden, as you call it, be part of your business, not just the bed and breakfast.
So there's two reasons. Of course, there's a financial piece, but bigger than that is the vision. Gavin and I wanted a community space that Boiseans in the community could share with the travelers. And someone else said it perfectly before. They give people tips. We always have a staff member here that is giving people tips. People come here and they come to a room, and instead of just getting a key and going up to their hotel room and never seeing anyone again, they go to the backyard and they meet locals and they hear about what Boise's like and they make friends. And I've seen so many people go out to dinner. They meet people and they go out to dinner and they have friends, they have resources. We're really showing off what the best of Boise is, which is our people. And, you know, just that's Boise, and that was our vision. If we just had to have the B&B, it would be difficult to have someone staffed for as small as we are without the backyard area and have someone give them that service level. We want the service level to be more personal than a hotel, more personal than an Airbnb, where you just check in and you never see anyone. This is the place to stay in Boise, in a neighborhood with a social scene as well. You get to meet and interact with Boiseans.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Mm-hmm.
All right, it looks like that covers the questions. Anything more for Cody before I close the hearing? All right, with that, I'll close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead. Can you hear me? Sorry, I'm leaning back and I'm masked, so I don't think you can hear me. I said, go ahead.
Thank you. I don't have the docket number in front of me, but I would move to permit the use, basically. And I think we'll need to style that as a correctly structured motion, but I can explain my thinking on that. If we get the motion fixed, then I get a second.
Well, so Patrick, Councilman Bajent, just for point of order, are you making a motion or are you saying you'd like to collaboratively craft an appropriate motion? I only ask because if you get a second, then that's the motion and then there'll be amendments. So it might be helpful to lay out how you're thinking you're going to make it appropriate. You just muted yourself.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to pull up the actual planning memo, but yeah, I would move to grant the conditional use permit, and I can explain the reasons for that if I get a second.
Great. So you're moving to approve a CUP for a special exception.
Thank you. Yes.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I may not end up supporting this motion, but knowing the brilliance of my colleague, I want to hear what he has to say, so I second the motion.
All right.
Madam Mayor, there's a couple of things, and it's all so tangled up, but you know, here are the things that really inform my decision. First, this area is targeted for mixed use, and so requiring it to be a residence doesn't answer the question. The question is whether the use that's proposed is, you know, equal to or less burdensome than other permitted residential type use of the property. At my residence, there are two 12-year-old boys who live 2 houses down and spend most of the day trying to beat each other up. The little one he doesn't bear his pain quietly. It's loud in the evenings. My neighbor next door, when he's out of town, his daughter is there. They have parties. There are people on the patio talking and drinking late into the night, and that's because it's a residence. The kid across the street flies his drone over my yard most days in the summertime. All of these things impact my ability to use my back patio, but they're all residential uses by the people who live around me. It was compelling to me that the people who live closest to the Franklin House when it's in business and when it's in operation don't have complaints. It's noteworthy that some of them moved to the area in order to specifically be near this use because it is where they wanted to reside. This is the type of mixed use in a residential neighborhood. It's what the comprehensive plan points to. It's the type of mixed use that the area is intended to have in the future. I believe the applicant that they're going to be around to run it. I believe that they will condition themselves and they will work with the city to minimize the burden or the impact on their neighbors. And I believe that transition, there was discussion about a transitional neighborhood or hastening transition, pushing things in one direction or another with zoning. This is a natural, organic expression of a combination of a business opportunity, Boise values, inclusiveness, the feel of the North End. It is the type of mixed use that fits. And so when I think about all of these things, I look for reasons to approve it and to permit it. And so that ultimately is the basis of my motion.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Go ahead.
I really want to find a way to support Council Member Bajent's motion. I ride by this place every single day on my ride home. I've stopped by it several times. I know that they're very community focused. I've been to events that they've hosted for the Idaho Conservation League. I know that I can't base my decision on any of those things. I know that what I am trying to base my decision on is our comprehensive plan, on my duty to make sure that we are giving our citizens a predictable development pattern. And when I go through these special exceptions, I think that on most of them, I can play around with them enough to find a way for it to barely fit into place, almost. And then I continue to get to exception number 5 about the proper zoning for the proposal. And the reality is that we have areas where this type of use could be allowed within a very, very close proximity. So I can't get past section number 5. And if I were to grant that exception, or if I was to vote in favor of that motion, I don't feel like I would be doing my duty of giving a predictable development pattern. And I guess my last statement that again makes it difficult for me to support this motion, even though I would like to, is that yes, this is a mixed use area, but we don't allow taverns in residential areas. The ones that are existing already, the Little Dutch Garden, I think there's another one off of Mitchell that is the neighborhood bar, so closer to TJ's place. I believe they were there before the development happened and before those codes were in place. And so as far as being allowed to be in a residential area, we don't allow taverns there. And so I can't support it based on those reasons.
Madam Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
So some of Councilmember Bajent's arguments are compelling, but I would note that those are not every day. I suspect even the little boys don't fight every day. I have 5 kids and they fought, but they didn't fight every day. I'm concerned about the number that's been proposed. I don't know how many people go to the Little Dutch Garden. I don't know if there's a limitation on the number of people that can go there. I've visited places like this in other cities, bigger cities, where the neighborhood has already transitioned, and the biggest one I've been in, which is a 5-story building and has about 25 rooms, couldn't accommodate 50 people in the tavern area. So I don't know. I don't know what the right number is. I don't know that in the middle of a hearing we could propose that right number. I know that over time this area will transition. I think that my quick look at Google Maps, there are a number of what used to be houses in the vicinity that would be much closer to a place where it would be amenable to have this kind of a use today. I don't know about 5 years from now. Given all of those, I don't think I can support the motion as it's proposed. I would perhaps consider a motion that limited days of the week, that limited numbers further, that as I think about this, I think, well, yeah, my neighbors have backdoor parties in the summer. I have neighbors who have who do outdoor movie nights. They don't do it every night. They do it maybe once a week, maybe once every 2 weeks. I can live with that. If it were every night, it would be really tiresome. If they were making money off it, doing it every night, it would be particularly tiresome. And so as proposed, I can't support the motion.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Well, I seconded the motion. I actually don't support the motion at this point. I certainly support the sentiment, and I support the success of any business. I haven't visited this establishment. I'm way over in the west side of Boise, but it sounds like a pretty cool place to go. But at the end of the day, I think that people have come to know and expect what they should be able to see within their neighborhood. I'd love to see this, bed and breakfast be successful. And I could envision a way of doing that by incorporating the alcohol into the bed and breakfast itself, and the breakfasts, the evenings, the dinners with the people that are there, and perhaps a few guests. And that ties in again to what Council President Clegg said. Whether she agrees with what I'm saying, I'm not sure, but the number of people that are at the establishment, 50, seems way too high for me, and seems a heck of a lot less like a bed and breakfast with some guests and some folks staying there with their families, and more like a pub or a tavern. And I don't think that is a use that these neighbors, whether they support it across the street or don't, a block down, have come to believe is something that was going to exist when they purchased their home. And again, this is a special exception that they're seeking. And I don't think it's specifically around the bar, evening bar. That's where I have the greatest concern. If there's a way to make it work, I'm certainly willing to look at that as well, as Councilmember Clegg said. But in its current state, that I can't. I think it's something that the neighbors just didn't sign up for.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can completely understand why everybody is torn about this. At some point this year, I think I had a call on my phone, and I just happened to pull over and park right in front of the Franklin House. And I think Jen, somebody from the organization, was doing something in the backyard, and I just remember being very taken by the activity. I'm like, what is that? What is the Franklin House? I kind of just took notice of it as I would drive home. That's my path home. And I wasn't quite, I'm like, what is that? And I think it was because it is a house there in the neighborhood, but it definitely seemed like there was some sort of activity happening that was a little different from what I saw happening around the neighborhood. And I think that may be part of the issue, is that it's not quite this and it's not quite that. And I think that may be part of why it's hard for people, I think, to embrace it. Selfishly, I would love to, now that I know there's bathtubs there, I could totally see myself going over and having a pretend staycation just a few blocks down the street from where I live. But I don't live right close by. And I think what Council President Clegg said was compelling, just about what it's like to live near a place where there might be a lot of continuous activity, because I'm the loud one on my block. Because of COVID, I had a lot of outdoor meetings with my colleagues and with other people in the community, and it was outside. And I noticed how quiet my neighborhood is, except for me laughing with my guests. And that was just, I'd say maybe tops 5 or 6 of us. I can't imagine what it would be like with 10 times the amount of people. And I don't know if this year is a good litmus test for how disruptive an outdoor business might be because of COVID. So there is very much a part of me that would like to agree and vote in favor of the motion. In fact, this year I have fallen in love with a business that runs on a Sunday where I get to buy Cuban food outside the front of somebody's house here in the North End. But it's on a Sunday. It's not every day. And so unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to support the motion.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Being the only council member who hasn't weighed in, I would like to actually make a motion at this point. And I would like to make a motion to make a substitute motion.
If you have a second for that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
All right, so nobody's opposed, so that allows the Council President Pro Tem to then make a substitute motion, which is why I just asked for a voice vote at this point. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to make a motion that we deny CUP 20-28 a conditional use permit for a special exception to operate a tavern and social event center in conjunction with an existing bed and breakfast.
Second.
Madam Mayor, like everyone else, I'm super torn. And unlike everyone else, I think I have visited all of these little neighborhood beer garden establishments all over our city. And Jen will know this about me because I think we've been to some of them together in the past. It's tough because, like Councilmember Sanchez said, it's a little bit of this, it's a little bit of that. It looks like a super cool establishment. I think that, if the criteria that we had paved the path to approve it, I would be so joyful, and I would probably even go visit, which I haven't done yet because I'm kind of like, is this legal? I don't know. Like, I haven't been able to get that comfort level inside of myself to go visit the Franklin House, even though it seems very neat. But there's some things that we have to consider. And one of those things is that precedent in other neighborhoods doesn't supersede the 6 specific criteria that have to all be met in order to approve the application. And it doesn't matter that we like this owner. It doesn't matter that we like the place. It doesn't matter that we like this particular model in a residential neighborhood. It matters that it's a tavern under our current statute. And that doesn't meet those 6 criteria. So as much as I would love to see this business continue with the tools and the code that we have right now, it just, it doesn't. It doesn't do it. So that's why I made the motion. I would love to see some code in the future that would allow these businesses, I think probably at a smaller capacity than what's proposed in the conditions, to operate in these transitional areas, but this isn't what we have in front of us right now.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm going to jump in here and recognizing that if there's any support for an idea like this, I'll have to make a substitute, ask for permission to do a substitute motion. It does seem to me that we can meet the criteria in the code with different conditions on this. And I would like an opportunity to explore that. And we do have a clause in our code that allows us to send an application like this to mediation to give ourselves a chance to do just that. I don't know that that will result in success, but I think it gives everyone a shot to really put on the table what their biggest concerns are and see if there's any common ground. And don't know if it's appropriate now to ask for permission to do a substitute motion, but if it is, I'll move that.
Madam Mayor, is it appropriate to ask a question of Council President Clegg?
Sure.
Council President, thank you for exploring the gray area or the third way, perhaps. In this discussion, is it exploring new city code? Is it exploring conditions? I mean, what opportunities do we have or tools do we have to work with that you're thinking of, I guess, is what I'm trying to figure out.
Thank you, Councilmember Halliburton. What I am trying to explore, and we've closed the public hearing, I suppose we could ask to open it again and ask Cody this question, but I'm not sure he could answer it tonight, is there any other way that we could do this? Is there a way to do it with a development agreement? If we explore limiting the number of patrons and perhaps days off, I think we could meet criteria 2 in the existing code. Criteria 5 is still somewhat troublesome. I think you could make an argument that the applicants did that you can meet criteria 5. And I think most of us would be more amenable to trying to do that if we felt like the other limitations on this were such that it really did meet criteria 2. At least that's how I feel.
Madam Mayor, would it be acceptable, I guess, just to respond just briefly with a suggestion to that?
I'll ask that you respond to the council president's question where I believe we do not have to open the meeting to do that. It's staff making a clarifying statement for a member of the body during their deliberations. And for that reason, I believe, Council President, we don't have to open it. We could have Cody make some clarifications so that you can best deliberate.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Clegg, I was taking notes as everyone spoke this evening and as you got into the motion and deliberation. And I think what you're really, from my perspective, what you're speaking to is perhaps a very carefully conditioned approval. I jotted down things like hours of operation, days of operation, perhaps season of operation, occupancy, noise, whether it be acoustic only, a certain level. The topic of generators came up, whether, generators, no generators, food trucks. Um, Perhaps there's where it's in a bed and breakfast, something on-site caretaker, owner occupancy, like you'd see with a home occupation. Lighting, it was mentioned perhaps an approval that was non-transferable was suggested. And then I believe lighting was the last thing I jotted down. So I suppose that a conditioned approval would be a third option. With that, you'd want to direct us obviously to come back with a series of conditions and revised findings if that was your desire.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification.
Just second, Councilmember Sanchez, did you have anything else, Council President?
No, let's let deliberation about this idea go forward.
Councilmember Sanchez?
Yeah, I had a question about process as well. For these conditional use permits, is it possible to put some sort of a timeline or deadline, or and I'm just going to ask my question and hope it makes sense. You know, when we've put ordinances in place and we want to revisit to see if it's working or not, is there a way for us to do that with something like this, to revisit the situation in a year to see if it's working?
I believe.
Does that make sense?
I believe what Councilmember Sanchez is asking about is putting a date certain.
Thank you.
Potential motion.
Or is it a sunset clause on the conditions, or a review clause in the conditions such as the applicants proposed?
Whatever it is that whatever conditions and such that we decide, just an opportunity to revisit to see if it's working, or do we leave that up to the community to monitor? And it's up to them. If they feel that it's not working, they then make use of, making reports if they feel that those conditions are not being met.
Madam Mayor, most recently, council did impose a very similar, almost identical condition to what it sounds like you're speaking of on TRICA that was approved, and required an annual review. And the language was clear that it did allow council to modify conditions at that annual review based on a meeting between the applicant, neighbors, and neighborhood association. So that's something we do have some sample language for.
Madam Mayor.
All right, yes, go ahead. Was that Councilman Bajent?
Yes, speaking to the council president's suggestion here, I don't think the applicant has come to us with, for lack of a better way to put it, their bottom line on what they are and are not willing to do. They expressed support and openness to revisiting the occupancy. They didn't mention anything about limiting the number of days that they're in business or changing their hours, but my suspicion from their testimony is that they would be willing to have that conversation. And so, although I continue to think this use is okay, out of fairness to the applicant and out of really trying to arrive at the right result and something that everybody can live with, maybe the thing to do is, it could be a mediation or it could be some other procedure. I'm not sure who would mediate. I guess it would be the applicant and the city, and mediation may not be the right word for that, but perhaps they can come back, Cody and the applicant can come back in 30 days with either a list of agreed criteria such that Cody's office feels that they can recommend approval, or a final up or down vote on what the applicant thinks the bottom line is for how they can run their business. I think the council president is right that we don't have to just say yes or no here when it looks like the applicant might move and it looks like a lot of the council members are on the fence. We might be able to get there going through a process like that, whether we call it mediation or whether we call it, going back and conferring with the city and Cody's team, and then reporting back to us on whether Cody's recommendation has changed in light of that. I think it all gets to the same place.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, was that Councilmember Tom?
TJ.
Great.
Yeah. Hey, thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with the direction this is going, and I think our council president for initiating that direction in the third wave. I think that, and I'll just note this for the record, one of the biggest sticking points for me will be the number of individuals that can be on site drinking at one time. I don't know. I should perhaps. I don't know how many this establishment can house in their bed and breakfast in terms of guests per room, and how many, terms of fold out couches or whatnot. I don't know if that answers 12 or 20 or what, but when you come to that number and then you add on 1 to 2 guests per room that are coming to visit that family that's staying there, that's closer in line with what I'm looking at. I highly doubt it's going to cross the threshold of 25, but I could be wrong. But when it comes to that, I want to see more hard substance around that number and how it relates specifically to the bed and breakfast. And then I would be much more in line with supporting it when it comes back. Thank you.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. I did suggest mediation, as I remember that we did not have a neighborhood association tonight. I think Councilmember Bajan and Cody are correct that it would be difficult to understand who to mediate with.
It almost
I
seems
think,
like we need to mediate amongst ourselves.
I think a process by which we do have something brought back to us based on the ideas that came up tonight, recognizing that lots of people who testified tonight should have an opportunity to comment on those a little bit back and forth before they come to us, hopefully, so that we don't just end up with another hearing where a bunch of people come and oppose everything that's being proposed. Would be helpful.
Madam Mayor,
Mm-hmm.
if it's appropriate, and I just want to note that the few times I've been on council where we have done this mediation process, it has not been successful, but I am open to it being successful in this case. So I would like to withdraw my motion.
All right.
Madam Mayor, with that, since we made the opportunity, we voted to allow a substitute motion, could I make a different substitute motion?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, I move that we move CUP, oh, now I got to get the number back myself, 20-28 to a process of mediation between staff and the applicant to be brought back to us no later than the end of January, with a proposal based on the limitations that were spoken about tonight.
Second.
Did you say the 8th of January, just to?
Is that, I didn't have a calendar open.
No. You said the end of January?
Yeah, I said the end of January to give everybody enough time, no later than.
Perfect. I thought you were suggesting that first council meeting. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Before we vote, I guess I should say that I still think we should, grant the application, but I also don't think I need to draw any lines in the sands where it looks like the applicant is willing to move as well. So I'll be supporting the substitute motion.
Madam Mayor, I apologize for interrupting. Just one last time. After January 12th, our next hearing, we would have a February 2nd hearing date, which is just right after the date Council President Clegg mentioned. So that would be my suggestion or a request for clarification.
I will amend the motion to say no later than February 2nd.
And the seconder, whoever that was.
Second. Second.
Discussion?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Halliburton.
Oh yeah, I said, yeah, sorry, you didn't hear me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm willing to vote in favor of this this motion. I'm always in favor of trying to find a third way. What I would hope is that in this process, and this is the burden will probably fall on staff, is that we do find a way to make sure that we're finding consistency and a path forward and predictability, and that we're not just doing a one-off that wouldn't be consistent to something that we would consider, or that there would be a pathway forward in the future if somebody else was looking to propose something similar, or something else to happen. What I don't want to do is I don't want to say like, yes, we're going to do this for this specific one here, but not necessarily have that process for something going forward. And I think that if we're able to find something along those lines, then I think that would be, I think that'd be a process that I would look forward to.
Madam Mayor, one last point. Yeah, I'll be supporting the motion. I just want to emphasize, if there's a way that we can get this hearing held sooner than February 2nd for the sake of the owner of this establishment, so that they have some more predictability about what they can expect going forward, then please let's encourage that to happen. Whether it's the first meeting in January or the middle, I don't know, but let's just look at the schedule and see if we can make it happen even sooner. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I have one last point as well, and I appreciate that, Councilmember Thompson. My point would be that any private residence is likely to have a party or two a year. And if we do impose a bigger limitation on that occupancy limit, that there might be some consideration for a very limited number of events, such as the one that ICL had.
You're not making a comment on the topic, but rather using that as an example of an occasional event that an establishment might have, just to be clear.
Yes, thank you for clarifying that.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I just want to thank my colleagues all for working at this late hour to try to find a solution that will hopefully meet the needs of everyone involved. So I'm happy to support Council President Clegg's motion. And as Councilmember Halliburton said, the third way hopefully will work out.
All right. Well, with that, I think the clerk looks like it's time to call the roll.
Bajent,
Yes.
Clegg,
Yes.
Halliburton,
Yes.
Sanchez,
Yes.
Thompson,
Yes.
Woodings.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right. So we will hear again this topic in the coming weeks. And with that, if there's nothing else to come before the council.
Madam Mayor, I move that we adjourn.
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thanks all. And thanks for those of you that tuned in tonight. Really appreciate hearing from everybody. Stay healthy.
Thank you, council.
Bye-bye.
Well, you get to live to fight another day.
You gotta actually get out of here.